can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Recording in
They can tell
progress.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A global namaste to all of you. A very good morning, a good afternoon, or a good evening to whichever part of the globe you're joining us from. Once again, a global namaste to all of you. I'm truly delighted today to be welcoming you all on this 172nd episode, a free global session on Indian Republic Day. Today is January the 22nd, but since our program is always conducted on a Sunday, the actual day for Indian Republic Day is 26th of January. But we have begun the celebrations today. Let us start this wonderful session by chanting the universal mantra to invoke positive and vibrant energy. I request all the viewers to fold your hands, to close your eyes, take a deep breath in, and let's chant the mantra. If you can chant it, great. If you cannot chant it, chant a mantra in your language, whichever you can, but let us invoke some positive and vibrant energy. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Rub your hands. Get that energy all over your head and your eyes, and take a deep breath, and let us embark on this wonderful session on Indian Republic Day. I am so delighted to start today's session on healing our earth. But before we start the session, let me tell you something about healing our earth. It is a global event. It takes place on a Sunday, UK timing from 2 till 6 p.m. It has a very good mission, a very good purpose to actually spread love, bring unity, create harmony, and share happiness. This is one of those Zoom or an online platform that is promoting such amazing, happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment. This is our main mission statement at Healing Our Earth. So let me wish you a happy India Republic Day to all of you today. And moving on to our very, very first guest, that is none other than our Nilanjana Paul. A global namaste to you, Nilanjana.
Global namaste to you too, Dr. Lalit ji, and to everybody present here and watching on their screens as well.
Wonderful. Yes, it's a wonderful, wonderful day with the Indian Republic Day. We've got so many people joining us today. But before we embark on that, let me ask you, and let me first actually let the audience know about yourself, Nilanjana ji. Nilanjana Paul has been singing since she was 3 years old. It started off with being parents. It was her parents' passion. And before she realized, music had become her identity. Nilanjana was born and brought up in Kharagpur, a small town in West Bengal, in India. Her guru, Sri Sajal Basu, held her hand and very dedicatedly guided and took her through the beautiful and extremely scientific art form, Hindustani classical music. I am so happy, so truly delighted to have you on board with us today, Nilanjana ji. Tell me something that is so passionate for you about India.
Everything about India is passionate to me. And I think obviously I've been here for over 21 years, but then, and when my children were born here, I wanted to bring a slice of India back here because I'm from a very small town, and I've experienced what the things that we've grown up with, and I wanted to give the same thing to the kids, to my daughters, and hence the creation of Indradhanush Kids, which kind of promotes South Asian music and dance. Now, for me, so when I go to work, this is what I say to everybody. When I work as a housing solutions officer with the Watford Council. When I go to work, I still have my sindoor, I still have my Mangalsutra, I still am the way I was.
Bilkul Bharatiya Nari.
So exactly, क्योंकि मुझे मेरे आइडेंटिटी के साथ इनको एक्सेप्ट करना है. जैसे हम इनका एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, वैसे मेरी भारतीयता इनको एक्सेप्ट करना है. मैं इनके लिए कुछ नहीं बदलूंगी. So initially people used to ask ki kya hai, what is the significance. Now they like, that's what Nilanjana is. She's always going to have this on her. So mere liye Indian या भारतीयता is very important, because otherwise जो आज के बच्चे हैं जो यहाँ पे born and brought up है, अगर हम उनको वो रूट नहीं देंगे तो ये लोग बीच में फंस जाएंगे, क्योंकि इनको पता नहीं होता कि भाई हम है कौन. ना तो हम व्हाइट ब्रिटिश है, वो हम हो नहीं सकते क्योंकि वो हमें उस तरह से एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे, और ना ही हम इंडियन है क्योंकि हम इनकी तरह बनने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. सो मेरे ख्याल से योर रूट हैज टू बी, और योर आइडेंटिटी हैज टू बी डिफाइंड, वेल डिफाइंड, एंड उसके बाद यू विल बी एबल टू अप्रिशिएट अदर्स. सबको आप सबको रिस्पेक्ट करो, सबके साथ चलो, सबको लेकर चलो, लेकिन अपनी रूट के बारे में या फिर अपनी आइडेंटिटी के बारे में आप बिल्कुल क्लियर रहो कि दिस इज हु आई एम.
बिल्कुल.
दिस इज व्हाट आई हैव ट्राइड टू गिव माय डॉटर्स. आई हैव ट्राइड टू, जितने भी हमारे बच्चे हैं, स्टूडेंट्स हैं, हम सबको बोलते भाई ऐसा है कि आप यहाँ के बॉर्न एंड ब्रॉट अप हो, ये आपकी कर्म भूमि है, ये आपकी जन्मभूमि भी है, बट हमारी जन्मभूमि इंडिया है, तो आपकी कहीं पे रूट्स वहीं का है. तो आप एक इंडियन ओरिजिन से हो, लेकिन यू आर बोर्न हियर, ये आपकी कर्म भूमि है. यू विल रिस्पेक्ट the laws of the country as well, and everything that this country expects from you. So it is very important कि हम पहले अपने जगह पे clear रहे कि भाई ये है हम. उसके बाद हम, so this is something which I always believe, so which is what I said, Bharatiyata is the most important thing for me, and it is more than it's a way of life. So
and that is so true. That is so true, and that is with the thought process that everybody should be, because this is our land that we live. This is the land that gives us bread and butter. But we are who we are, and should never forget our identity.
No.
One thing, Nilanjana ji, I wanted to ask you was, India has given wonderful talent to people, and one of the things India is very, very famous for is music. Yes, and you are one of them who is a singer and really promoting Indian music, South Indian music, as you said. So what I would really like to hear from you is, what do you have to sing for us for the Indian Republic Day?
I will sing a couple of lines. Now, this is something which we work on, and so we've given a lot of talks to the biggest vocal English vocal school in US, in Los Angeles, and there we compared Indian classical music to British English classical music, and if you do that, you'll see that Indian classical music, because it's so ancient, it's so old, it's got a lot more techniques.
Yes,
we still work on the 12 notes, but there's a lot more techniques than the English classical music, and they were like totally gobsmacked. We have what they have, and we have more. So it's something that so we have lots of students who are non-Indian, and we try to, it's the language of music. There is no other language here. It's all a language of music that we are trying to communicate. So I come from West Bengal, and I think for today, and I come from a freedom fighter family as well.
Wonderful. Yes, wonderful.
My great grandfather and they were all freedom fighters, and very active freedom fighters. Their names are in history books in India.
Wow.
There are so many stories and facts that I've grown up with.
So the most appropriate day for you to give them a good dedication.
Absolutely. And
wonderful.
I mean, I have in my ancestral houses, there are evidences. There are those little cave house rooms where they were hidden, and they're still very much there. So it's really it's something, and I've grown up listening to those, and I've grown up with those so it means a lot to me, because it's because
wonderful.
of the sacrifices of all those freedom fighters. India is independent. And again, this is one thing that's not taught to children in this country, which I think is not correct, because the truth needs to be out.
Yes.
That's for a different day.
Absolutely. But today I'm truly delighted. My ears can't wait to hear this wonderful voice that you have and this wonderful dedication that you're going to give to the freedom fighters and on this very auspicious day of the Indian Republic Day. So what do you have for us?
Okay, I'm just going to sing a couple of lines from Vande
Sure.
Mataram by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Okay. Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujala Shufala, Malaya Shitala, Shashya Shamala, Mataram, Vande Mataram, Shubhra Jyotsna Pulakitayamini, Pullakusumita Dhrumadala Shobhitin, Suhashini Sumadhura Bhashini, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Wonderful, wonderful. A big applause to our Nilanjanaji Paul for singing such a patriotic Vande Mataram. And just briefly, Nilanjanaji, for our English audience who may not have got the meaning of Vande Mataram, how would you, in a sentence or two, describe what you've just sung?
So it means it's praising or bowing down to the motherland. In a very layman's word, to say thank you for everything you've given me, and so it's really a praise to the motherland. And Vande Mataram here, it doesn't say, so it's wherever you are born, and wherever, whichever is your motherland, you say, yeah, I praise down to you.
So nice. Thank you so much, Nilanjanaji. We would love to hear a couple more, even if it's a 1-2 liner, some wonderful songs for India, some that has been sung in and around your house. I thought that was so nice. We have the fact that you've come from a patriotic family, a freedom fighter family. My goodness, that comes with the passion, with the energy that you have. So if you may hang around just a little bit, we would love to hear from you. We actually have a wonderful gentleman, not from West Bengal, but we move this state and we go to Gujarat from there. So this is the Gujarat state, and we are with a gentleman called Mr. Hemang Ponda, and he is actually from Ahmedabad in Gujarat, and he is an IT personality who has been in the sales part, I believe. So a global namaste to you, Hemang. Very warm welcome to you on Healing Our Earth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Soda, and a global namaste to all of the folks who are attending today's Zoom meeting. As you say, we are attending this meeting before the Republic Day, because our Zoom session is normally held every Sunday, but it would be later on, so we are celebrating. So first of all, happy Republic Day to all the folks, and thank you so much to Healing Our Earth team to giving me an opportunity to talk about something about IT industry and something about India. I would like to talk. So if I will talk more, I don't know, as I'm from the sales, so if I will talk about anything, it will take more time. So let's jump on, like some of the questions. And if you will ask me something, I would like to talk about that.
Sure. But first of all, a happy Indian Republic Day to you, Hemang, and to all the Gujaratis in Gujarat and all the people who are on the globe. So my first question to you, Hemang, would be, what does India mean to you? Whether you're from an IT sector or whichever sector, as an individual, what does India mean to you?
India means a lot to me, and I'm very proud to be an Indian because I'm born in India, I'm born and brought up in India, and India gave me so many things, First, I would like to thank my parents, to the God, and then the country, because this country gave me a lot of things, starting from the education, then my professional life, and I have learned many things. I have earned many things. So India means a lot. I cannot explain in words, but yes, I can say that India has taught me that many lessons. So, in future, if I'm roaming around anywhere around the world, I will not fail. I will definitely do better than the yesterday what I've done.
Okay, so that's wonderful, Hemang. India has given you a lot, and you've said everything that, and your respects to your parents, to God, and this is the cultural side of it that brings out an Indian out of you. But in terms of your profession and IT sector, India is amongst one of the top countries in the IT sector. What do you have to say about that?
I'm very proud of that because, nowadays, if you are checking any news, you will definitely hear something about India in IT sector, whether it's AI or it's cloud computing or it's data science or it's 5G, right? So India is taking a leading position in IT industry all over the world, right? And if I'm not going to the numbers, but it's like over 190 billion of, the revenue, the economy. So India is boosting that during the lockdown as well. And if you will see that most of the IT hubs over the world, but India is the first priority in Asian countries or, in all over the world. If anybody wants to hire something or, if anybody wants to get some IT things done, then first they will prefer the India. And that's why India has gave so many, companies like TCS, Simform, then HCL, the many IT giants, and they are leading the world.
Wonderful. That is so true. And just a very, very big industry in India currently is the IT industry. And certainly so many intelligent people, so many IT people have been let me use the word, been manufactured in India and have been have gone to the outside world to show their talent and to make huge progress. But one thing I do notice on you, Hemang, which is very, very nice, I didn't see that till about 30 seconds ago, you actually are wearing a badge of the Indian flag. That is amazing. I can see that you're truly a patriotic person and you love India, which is very, very nice to see that. So once again, to our global audience, I just want to say something that this is the Indian Republic Day celebration. I also want to suggest to the audiences, please share this, like it, subscribe, and follow our future programs of Healing Our Earth on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram, on Twitter. And if you wish to participate in our programs, which is a wonderful online platform, then do connect with us. Go on to the website www.healingourearth.com. So, Hemang, back to you. Hemang, I want to ask you one more question. Being an Indian, being a Gujarati, India celebrates awesome number of festivals, and they are celebrated in such grandeur. Is there any one festival that you feel very passionate towards, or you like it as much or more than the others? If you were to pick up one festival, which is that?
I won't think for a second even. It would be Diwali.
Ah.
And
well, let me
as
tell
you
you
say-
one thing. Let me tell you one thing. Diwali in India is amazing, but Diwali on Trafalgar Square in London is even very big. But that's something, a topic that we can talk about later. But your passion about Diwali, why is that Indian function, the festival of Diwali, so passionate for you?
Yeah, the main reason, see, there are, as you say, there are many festivals in India, right? So all the festivals are, for particular caste or particular public, right? But the Diwali is the festival which is celebrating everywhere. Not even in India nowadays. It's a huge, a good thing that I have heard that in the United States, they are also giving a holiday during the Diwali. So I heard that from my clients that they are also giving holiday during the Diwali. And as you said, why I love Diwali? Because Diwali brings a lot of happiness to all over the people around the world, not only in India, of course in India as well, right? As we know why we are celebrating Diwali, because it's winning from darkness to the lighting side, right?
Yes.
But yeah, it's winning from evil to the God, right? We are celebrating Diwali because as Rama has, Rama has. I should not use the word, but yeah, Rama has killed the Ravan, and that's why we are celebrating Diwali. So yeah, I would like to talk more, but right now I'm a bit,
yes, it's conquering good over evil. Ravan was killed, the evil was killed, and the good is being celebrated. Yes, Diwali is an amazing event. As I said earlier, it is one of the largest festivals of the Indian subcontinent that has been celebrated over here also in London. Hemant, before I let you go, I just want one more 30-second point from you.
Please.
What is it about the cutting chai that you get in India? Because that is something that is so popular. Tell me one thing about it.
Yeah, it's like 24/7, You can get cutting chai everywhere in India at the midnight or early in the morning, 2 a.m. Doesn't make any difference. You can get cutting chai at any time.
Lovely, Hemant. A wonderful Indian Republic Day to you. A very warm thank you on behalf of Healing Our Earth and from myself to you for coming on our session on this Sunday, celebrating Indian Republic Day. So once again, a global namaste and a thank you. You know what?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. From India, Ahmedabad, we are fast flying off to Dubai. And we have a wonderful gentleman in Dubai who is currently, I know, is traveling from Dubai to Abu Dhabi. And he's quite a prominent personality in Dubai, a very busy man. And before we start, I just want to say thank you so much, Mr. Bharat Sarai, to be joining in on this Zoom session. And I believe, have we lost him? Ooh, I think because he's driving, I think we may have, but I'm sure our team will bring him on again. But while we were traveling in Dubai, I think because the flight had to take a bit of a detour, we go back to India. We go back to a city that never sleeps, and we are off to Mumbai. And we have this wonderful gentleman from Mumbai, Mr. Chintan Vasani, quite an entrepreneurial gentleman, and we're going to hear from him a little bit. But a global namaste to you, Chintan, and a very warm welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Global namaste to everyone, and special hi to Lalit Bhai. Super excited to chat with you today.
A happy Indian Republic Day to you, Chintan.
And happy Indian Republic Day. Bharat Mata ki jai.
Bharat Mata ki bilkul badi si jai. So, let me ask you one thing. You are born and bred in India. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Now, this gentleman has appeared. Let me first ask you, and then we're going to talk about your credentials also. So I would love to hear from you. What has India given to you, Chintan?
I think Lalit bhai, India has given, if you say the first thing, whenever, I've introduced myself, I say, I'm from India, I'm from Mumbai. So I think every Indian and also the NRIs watching it today, even Lalit bhai, whenever we meet, the first thing we discuss is India. So every Indian, we are very proud of where we are from. And currently in last 10 years, the kind of the positive energy, the positive branding that India is getting all around the globe because of us leading towards being one of the IT giant. We are heading towards a $5 trillion economy.
Yes.
As an Indian, being in India, being where the action is, I feel super proud. And I will always, I think this is one thing which will be very special. And as you always say, you can take Indian out of India, but you can't take India out of an Indian.
How well said. And it is so true. Yes. Wonderful. So that is the love, the passion for India that you have, Chintan, and that is so true from whenever we have discussed in person everything about India. But India has been in the industry that you are in the construction, in the building industry. How would you say that post-independence and over the last maybe 15, 20 years, how has India progressed in this particular line of business?
Sure. So I represent the real estate industry. Like I work in the real estate industry in predominantly in Mumbai, which comes in Maharashtra, one of the states, and it's the financial capital of India. If you ask me how has my particular industry grown, it has grown leaps and bounds, and you can compare it as one of the 5 industries of the leading industries, and which is a wealth maker for particular India, because there are almost Lalit bhai, not less than 2000 industries or 2000 businesses which are connected to real estate. So if real estate is growing, those industries also come ahead, because we need a lot of labor. There's a lot of requirement of steel, cement. So the infra is like the biggest thing in real estate. And then again, there is a demand of housing and offices. So if you say in last 10 years, the growth has been phenomenal. If you say in last 20 years, it was really good. But currently, the government is focusing more on the infra growth, which will which is the most important thing right now, because even if I make the best of the buildings, but infra is not on, if there is no proper roads or no proper sanitization, that might create a problem. So in last 10 years, the government is focusing more towards how we can grow towards the infra and how we can make the entire home buying or buying an office or investing into real estate much more easier.
That's a huge and a tremendous growth that India is going through. And if we see the high rises that are coming up everywhere, suburban areas where there were high rises before, but not as many. Now, when we come to India, to Mumbai, the construction is going and it's such a busy place. But what do you think has happened? What was the sort of the switch that turned on that made this industry so big and flourish so much?
I think, Lalit bhai, it's more of, the requirement that has helped the industry grow. Like I was just in a meeting 2 days back, and someone said, why is real estate industry growing so much? So I said, who has the best house in Mumbai? They were like, I think Ambani's. So I'm like, Anand just got married and he's planning to move to a new house. Even after having the best real estate, they can house, I think, 500 more families, but still they want to move on. They want to buy a new house. So, on a very serious note, there was a demand. Like if I come to the UK, if I go to the US, the houses that you guys have, they are huge compared to, people staying in Mumbai suburbs, or compared to people staying in, say, the South Bombay. But the house rates are much higher than what you would get per square feet when you are staying in any of the towns in the other countries. So now what people have started doing after COVID, or after staying in home, they're looking for larger homes. One. Second, everyone has understood now that being in house is just 50% of their time. 50% of their time is staying in the office or having a good office workplace. When people work much better, like your employees work much better when they have a nice office. So the office demand has also picked up in last 5 years. And even after COVID, compared to the other countries, you can see the demand has actually gone up in quarter 22-23, which was very different than what Singapore or what Dubai is happening. People in India, the businesses are looking to move to a larger space, in office space. That is also helping. And I think it's, we have started traveling, so even, seeing a lot of travel has influenced a lot of people to understand the new ways of construction. People, like a person in Mumbai needs the same sneakers on the same day like a person in the US or UK.
Correct.
Everything has come to, like, iPhone is released on the same day all across the world.
Correct.
Now it has all become, Lalit bhai, like we say in Minla, we are all staying in one country, and we all are trying to, we are all global citizen now.
That's outstanding. Yes. So amazing development has taken place in various different industries. It's just, in one word, if I would like to say, India is rocking. India is buzzing. So it's absolutely a passion and love for our Indian subcontinent. And I think I can see that coming absolutely from you. So I have one quick question before I will move on to my next guest, but I have a couple more questions also, Chintan bhai. If you want to hang on for a couple minutes, then I will take on one more speaker and then we'll come back to your questions. But one before we part from this particular conversation is, if you were to be asked to say, there is one food item that I love that's in India, what would that be? You are a foodie, I know that.
I'm a foodie, and when you say one, it gets super confusing. But there will be a lot of Indians watching this. And
yes.
I was just in Ahmedabad a few days back, and I went to the ISKCON having khakra with chai. You just mentioned chai.
Yes.
I think, I can see people smiling. Khakra and chai in the morning, and especially in Ahmedabad, it is out of the world. And if you come to Mumbai, that one item will be vada pav. If you go to any other state, there's a list, but I have Satish bhai also, and I think a lot of people watching it. So when we hang on, there will be more food talks, and I would love to share one food item from every city.
Wow. So you definitely have been to the cities and picked on one food item. That is so nice. I know your passion for food. I know your love for food. And yes, the cutting chai is so popular. But yes, wonderful. It's such a pleasure talking to you. One message for our viewers, if you may, in 30 seconds, Chintan, to say something about the Indian Republic Day.
So Indian Republic Day, a very big day for every Indian all around the world. And especially in last 3 to 4 years, the kind of reception that India is getting all over the world. I have to say a special thanks to every Indian who is residing not in India, but in an abroad country, and making all of us proud. Again, we are very excited for the big celebration on 26th January, and the kind of events that Healing Earth and all this amazing institutes are doing to make and spread the word. We are super proud of you. And as every Indian, I think it is on us. How we perform, that is how people look up to us. So we are the right representation of India. And if we give them good warmth, if we give them what India is all about, I think it's gonna take it to another level. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Chintan, just hang on because I'm going to get in a wonderful person from our Healing Our Earth family. Hong Kong, UK is where she is coming from, Seema, and she is our kitchen episode producer. So we're going to find out about some of these wonderful dishes that Seema is so passionate about. So a global namaste and a very warm welcome to our family member on Healing Our Earth, Seema ji. A happy Indian Republic Day to you.
A very, very happy Republic Day to all of you, to all our viewers and our whole Healing Our Earth family. Mr. Chintan Visani and to you, Dr. Lalit Soda, a very warm and happy Republic Day. Before we hop into any dishes or something, I have a small message.
Yes,
For all our viewers out there for Republic Day. As someone of Indian heritage, my parents moved to Africa over 68 years ago. I'd say that I'm very proud of our rich history and our heritage. India is a country, I read this somewhere, so I'm just going to quote it, that has freedom in mind, strength in its words, purity in her blood, and pride in its soul. I pay salutations to our motherland on this very, very auspicious occasion of Republic Day, and I celebrate India as a country whose constitution celebrates secularism, which gives us great pride. May we continue to grow and prosper on all avenues. Thank you. Very happy Republic Day to all.
That's amazing. What a superb message about India, our motherland. Thank you, Seema ji. Thank you for sharing that.
I've actually just returned from India.
You did?
You. Yeah, I was in Delhi. I just returned 2 weeks ago.
Wow. And did you experience the wonderful Delhi cold, the winter there?
Oh my goodness, yes. I was staying in a farm between Gurgaon and Faridabad. So it was very, very cold in the evenings. Yes, indeed.
And this is when the garam cutting chai comes in handy, doesn't it?
Absolutely, the garam cutting chai and the fresh produce straight from the farmland, Oh, delicious, amazing.
See, cutting chai from Mumbai to Delhi to Gujarat, Ahmedabad, everybody is enjoying that chai. Chai is such a popular drink, I think, all over the world. We can see Hemant joining us and laughing away about the chai. Chintan's mouth is already watering. I'm not sure if you're getting... there you go. He's got it. So Seema ji, what an amazing... What did you think about India while you were there? The Republic Day was coming. So much must have been happening. Share something with us. Share something about the Republic Day.
Well, actually, I got back 2 weeks ago, so I was away from the city, from Delhi itself, so I wasn't able to witness much of what was happening for Republic Day. But having said that, you may know that I did live in India after 3 years. For 3 years after I got married, I lived in Bombay.
Yes.
For 3 years. And I've seen exponential growth in India since I left 25 years ago. I moved to Hong Kong. It's been exponential growth, I think, on all avenues of life, And I do see India prospering. I see India growing. I see everything good and wonderful happening in India right now. It's amazing.
So true. So true. And you coming from our Healing Our Earth family and producing the kitchen episodes, look at the number of topmost chefs that we have in India.
Amazing. We have an amazing array of chefs who are celebrating not only Indian cuisine, but cuisines from all over the world. And they have this Pan-Asian cuisine, or Pan-Indian cuisine as it's known, where they bring in different elements. For example, I want to share this with you, Chintanji, since you were speaking about tea and this relates to food. We went to a wonderful restaurant in Gurgaon in Delhi, and I had the most amazing dahi puri. So if for those of our viewers who do not know what a dahi puri is, it's a crunchy little puffed ball, and dahi is yogurt traditionally. So it's filled in with yogurt, and we normally add a little bit of tamarind, sweetened tamarind chutney into it. and it was infused with wasabi.
Wow.
So we're taking the Japanese element and bringing it into Indian cuisine. And Dr. Soda and Chintanji, I have to confess, this was an absolute delight, a burst of flavor in our mouth. I had all these elements dancing in my mouth, different flavors, different layers. It was amazing, amazing.
So this is India for us. It's getting that Pan Asian cuisine. It's getting the mixture, and wow, that dahi puri. Seemaji, my mouth is already watering.
It must be. I'll tell you one thing about Indian cuisine is traditionally Indian, and of course we celebrate our spices. And someone once shared with me that I must ask you this question. Do you actually know which is the one dish that could be celebrated as the national dish of India?
Wow.
In every state. It's so simple.
Chintan, tell us. He is a foodie. He knows what it is.
I think it should be none, because every city or every corner has a national dish. But I would love to know what is the answer from her, ma'am.
Curry.
Wow. Curry.
We have Gujarati curry, we have Konkan curry, we have Punjabi curry, we have Rajasthani curry, we have South Indian curry, we have curry from each and every state in India has a curry. And
Wow.
the form and way of making curry. This is something so simple that we devour. And Dr. Soda, you're from Kenya originally, right?
Correct, yes.
So you must have grown up having a lot of curry and khichdi.
Of course.
Curry bath, like I grew up having,
Yes.
And in Punjab, for all my relatives out there who are watching me, I do miss the pakode wali curry chawal. We have the fritters with the curry, that we make it very heavy. So every state in India has its own version of curry. It could be a coconut laced curry, from the Konkan coast of India, or maybe something from Goa that has coconut, or southern India, which has all the elements of coconut, chilies, spices, etc. Kokum, soul curry, for example, is from the Konkan coast of India, which is made with kokum and coconut milk.
Wow. Interesting.
It's amazing.
So I've heard of Surti kadhi, Sindhi kadhi, Gujarati kadhi, pakode wali kadhi, sev wali kadhi. So yes, I think thinking back to it, there's so various kinds of curries that we get. And see, once again, and I think we are so proud that one curry item can be made from different states in such a different way.
And you can celebrate India on a plate, literally. And
So
India, speaking of Indian chefs, it's so special. Indian chefs celebrate diversity with Indian cuisine on a plate. Isn't that amazing?
Truly amazing. Truly amazing. And this is Hamara Bharat Mahan. Isn't that true? There you go.
There you go. You see our
in fact, it reminds me, Sunday, the 22nd of January, we are having a kitchen episode, vegan and vegetarian kitchen. And this is going to be, pardon me, Sunday, the 29th of January. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. It's the 29th of January, next Sunday at 2 p.m. We've got the vegan and vegetarian cooking, celebrating all kinds of cooking, vegan and vegetarian kitchen. And look, this is what India is giving us. And so truly inspiring is the food industry that is so humongous in India. And I think that, again, we celebrate because all over the world, not that I've traveled all over the world, but I can almost guarantee you that in one corner, there is an Indian restaurant that will sell naan, sabji, and rice at the best that they can. But most major cities all over the globe have amazing number of Indian restaurants, and Indian cuisine is one of the most preferred cuisines in very many places, I would say.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more.
A global namaste, Lalit, Seema, and Chintan. This is Nil Kumar from London. Lalit, let's remind the viewers that what India has given, apart from culture, religion, secularism, India has given cuisine to the globe, and United Kingdom is a proof, because the highest food eaten every day in this country, not just by Indians, but by any indigenous population is the Indian food. And remember, it is through food that we go through people's minds. So India has contributed the cuisine to the globe as well. Seema, Lalit, over to you. Chintan, wonderful to have you here. Keep on talking. And we also got Satish Vitlani waiting there in Mumbai. Maybe we can involve him. Over to you, Lalit and Seema.
Thank you very much, our co-producer, producer director, Mr. Nil Kumar. Thank you for the stats. Yes, India has given us a wonderful cuisine, and Indian food is widely enjoyed by the public in the United Kingdom. Now, guys, hang on. Seemaji, hang on with us. Chintan's hanging on with us. By the way, Chintan is the president of the youth of the Lohana Mahaparishad in Mumbai. And now we are currently going on to the chairperson, the president of the Lohana Mahaparishad, the big organization that controls, not controls, but that's the head of the Lohana population all over the globe. And that's none other than Mr. Satish Pai Vitalani, who is coming on board, but not only as the president of the Lohana Mahaparishad, but a big businessman. And from him, we would love to hear what India has done for him. Satish Pai, a global namaste and a very warm welcome to Healing Our Earth. We need to unmute you, Satish Pai. You need to unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Am I okay? Okay, super. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me, Lalit Bhai. And, it was really very nice hearing, Seema, man, wonderful, I mean, the insight and she's her passion, for India and the food and so on. And of course, youth, our youth leader, Chintan is also amazing, a person. And you have the right people, on this particular forum. And let us chat, about India. India, actually, I can keep on talking about India, India's growth. And our mother country has done an amazing job, How do you know that you have done good? Suppose, you have to compare yourself, right? You give yourself mark that you are number one in class, or you are the last in the class, or the whatever, however you need to number. Then if you compare yourself, if you compare ourselves, Indian compared, with our neighboring countries, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, how, our economy is doing, very, very fair. I tell you one thing, see, in this crisis, if you go back 45 years ago, in our childhood, if we say that, we used to be writing an essay about our country. And we used to say that India is a poor country where 90% population lives in village and so on. And, always there was a scarcity of food. Now we are the second largest producer of food grains in the world, This is what we have to talk about. We have to talk about, India. India means, when you talk about India, we talk about youth. You talk about confidence. You talk about fearlessness. You talk about independent, exuberant, and visionary India. This is what, I would say India is. And I'm sure, this progress, India is on its path, of progress and all around progress again. I'm sure that, you will agree, you will all agree, that India is doing extremely well in all aspects of life.
Satish Bhai, thank you. That's a wonderful comment coming from you, being a local resident of Mumbai, I believe born and bred in Mumbai, and seeing the progress that has happened over the last few years. One of the things I just wanted to ask you, you travel a lot these days. Prior to the recent appointment of your presidentship to the Lohana Mahaparishad, I know you've been traveling prior to that too. What have you noticed the big difference in the travel industry that you have been using quite a bit? What's the difference that you've seen?
If I'm talking about India,
yes.
India, I've been traveling, as you rightly said, since 74, so about 48 years now. And
yes.
let me tell you one thing, the trains, If you see the comfort level, the train stations, of course, yet to be improved quite a bit, as I said, in compared to the world standard. But I tell you one thing, the frequency of the train, the discipline, I mean, that is really public transport here in India has improved and keep on improving, for particularly under the leadership of Narendra Bhai. Have taken, so many measures, to improve our train stations and trains. We are talking about the bullet trains and so on. We have Vande Bharat. I'm sure you have been to India very recently, and in that program, it's a very fast train, and it's very comfortable, beautiful, indigenously designed, wonderful train. You talk about the roads. You must be knowing that India has fastest growing. I think I don't know how many 100 kilometers per day. We are building per day. So, infrastructure, if you are talking about the roads, travel, of course, the airports you must have seen. We have one of the best airports in the world. If you come to Mumbai, if you come to Delhi, and not only the big cities, now even the smaller cities, are being connected, by air traffic. So India, in that sense, also is doing really, really very well. And you have witnessed this in your very recent visit, Lalit Bhai.
Correct. In fact, Satish Bhai, correct me if I'm wrong, and if I'm from the audience, somebody can help me from the speakers. I believe that at one point in time, not so many years ago, the Delhi airport was voted the best international airport in the world. Is that correct?
Not only once, number of times.
Number of times. Yes. So traveling through Delhi airport, it's a humongous airport, but absolutely amazing service that you get. And Mumbai airport is at another level now that it's got the new terminal and everything.
Absolutely. I would give more marks to Mumbai, I'm a little bit biased, but when you talk about India, but, yes, there is absolutely wonderful.
Yes. My opinion remains the same. The Mumbai airport is so much newer now. But then when the Mumbai new terminal wasn't there, the Delhi airport had been awarded the best airport in the world. So yes, this is the huge impact of the travel industry that is growing so much. Also, speaking about the travel industry, maybe Chintan, Satish Bhai, or Seema Ben, anybody can jump into this, is the number of new airlines that have developed within India, and the air traffic that has increased exponentially is such a way to commute between two cities and people working that way. So tell us a little bit about that huge influx of the travel industry. Can Satish Bhai, do you want to give your first point then, and then Seema Ben will come to you?
Yeah, I can do that. See, our Narendra Bhai said that, look, the airline and the air travel is not only, for the rich people, So this is how, he says that, it should become so normal for anybody to take a plane and, fly, from one stop to the other. We have flights now, from even small city to city, suppose we never used to fly, from Surat to Jamnagar or Surat to Bhavnagar and so on, so many destinations, we have these initiatives. Because now we have not many traffic because that now the business is expanding in India, the economy is doing excellent, so people are using this travel mode very frequently.
Wonderful. Yes, absolutely correct, Satish Bhai. Seema Ben, what's your view on that?
I absolutely agree with Satish Bhai when he spoke about travel should be for all. We see the popping up and birthing of many new small budget airlines in India, which is giving a lot of people more opportunity to travel, and correlating it to the economy doing extremely well. Like I said, I've noticed exponential growth in India ever since I left 25 years ago. I see many, many more Indians traveling internationally.
Correct. So true.
Worldwide. There are worldwide travelers now in India. I mean, they go everywhere. They come to Africa on big time. We have the safari in Kenya.
Correct.
Indians are everywhere. They're traveling. They're savoring the different flavors of the world,
Yes.
And for me, on a personal level, travel is a means of education because it opens you up to a whole new perspective, a whole new culture, a whole new dimension. And Indians are ready and they're exploring it. And they have the disposable income to do so because the economy is doing so well.
Correct. Correct. In fact, that was my question going to Chintan, because Chintan, this young gentleman, loves to travel a lot. He's been to one of the, in fact, that brings me to a wildlife sanctuary that he had been to. But the travel industry, the amount of traveling that you're doing, Chintan, has also increased a lot. But what is it? And what is it that has increased that travel, that opportunity to go and take that airline and go to a destination and either work or learn or enjoy for whatever reason? All that traveling has increased so much. And why do you think that has happened?
Lalit bhai, I got a chance to interact with Incredible India team last month, and we are working on a very unique thing happening in Vrindavan, where people go for Jatipura, where people go for parikrama. So we are working on a very very interesting project. So what has happened post COVID, Lalit bhai, a very interesting thing is a lot of people didn't have option to travel abroad, or they were avoiding to travel abroad. So the moment the restrictions were chilled in India, what happened was the travel industry has grown 3 times.
Wow.
The numbers are gonna blow your mind off, because hotel industry, like I was in Ahmedabad few days back and we happened to know a few hoteliers there. Every hotel is booked right now in Ahmedabad for many other reasons also, besides just traveling. There were a lot of events happening. So what is happening? The national tourism has gone up almost 2.5 times than what it was before COVID, because people are now exploring more avenues going across in India. One. Secondly, the local government, the state governments are going out of the way. Like we were just talking about Madhya Pradesh. The Madhya Pradesh tourism, if you know, there were cheetahs brought in from Africa. So there is a special tourism happening only across that. And to support that, there are multiple hotels set up because of that particular tourism. So, people who want to go for gorilla tourism at Uganda, as you know, we all are heading to Uganda in March. We have a business forum there where, Satish uncle and the entire LIBF is working on the same kind of infra. Like, Kenya is known for the best of tourism, the jungle tourism. Kenya is known for it. Africa is known for it. But even India has been featured in first 10 from last a lot of years. Ranthambore, if you know, it is doing phenomenal. Of course, the national demand has gone up so much that is helping the industry to grow. And because of that, the airline industry is picking up. There are private players like Adani is, we are talking about T2 right now, which is supposed to be a very good airport, but there's new airport coming up at Panvel to decongest the entire, the traffic issues. So Adani is really working hard on it, a private player. So things are just, there are much more positive things going to happen very, very soon.
Absolutely. Now, see, this is another thing that India is giving us, a huge wildlife tourism that's coming there to see that. Now, Chintan, Satish Bhai, I know you're driving, but before you disappear, I want to say a warm thank you from Healing Our Earth to both of you who have taken your wonderful time from India at this time to join us on this wonderful celebrations of the Indian Republic Day. If you're able to hold on, just hold on for a few more minutes, because we have this super personality from Dubai. And I believe also he's also traveling, a very busy man, Mr. Bharat Serai. Bharat Bhai, would you be able to put your video on? Or I know prior to that, he tried to come in and then probably some network issues and was not able to stay for too long. Are we okay? Can you hear us, Bharat Bhai? Once again, I know network plays a bit of a havoc while traveling, but let's see. So both of you are here, Chintan. I know you mentioned about the increase in the tourism that India is giving us. India is giving us some amazing wildlife tours. India is giving us some amazing landscape. See the Himalaya trekking that's going on these days, and so many people are attracted to that. India is providing much more. Yes, Satish Bhai.
Medical tourism. Don't forget medical tourism.
Absolutely. So share something about medical tourism with us, Satish Bhai. And that is something that India is so big on. Tell us about it.
You know that, we have best doctors here, best facilities also here, in India. So particularly, African countries, and the country, when they're looking, everywhere the medical expense is very high. India compared to that is very reasonable. So people, and also more than that, the India, the doctors are good. So people, prefer, to consult the doctors and have their procedures done here in India. And therefore, they prefer to come down to India. This is one area where lots and lots of people, from Far East, Middle East, not Far East, but Middle East and Africa, particularly, they come to India, for this particular medical tourism also. So this I would like to do, and I would like to add one more thing. See, medical, Mr. Narendra Bhai again is giving lots and lots of importance to tourism. Why? That, we have many, we have many heritage, what you call, this palaces and so many things, to see here in India. And what he wants to say is that suppose if the India is clean, if India, if we have good infrastructure of roads and this thing, what you call travel, then, what will happen? We'll have more tourists. More tourists means more development, more jobs. So, India is really focusing, on tourism. And this is a very important aspect, as far as the India is concerned.
Absolutely, 100% correct. And especially the medical tourism, the highly qualified and trained medical personalities, the highly qualified and trained medical facilities that they're actually bringing up over there. This is attracting a huge number of people coming to India. And yes, once again, India has given us medical tourism also. Chintan, I want to ask you a quick question. Culture is very big in India. And you know that, I know that, and we all share that same thought. Very recently, you were at a huge cultural festival that was celebrating 100 years of the Pramukh Swami. So that was a huge cultural event that globally people knew about. Flights were full. Hotels, you couldn't get any bookings in Ahmedabad. All promoting Indian religion and Indian culture. Share something that your experience while you were there.
So Lalit bhai, you can see a big smile from year to year, because
Yes.
the moment you said, I went back 5 days when I was witness to history. Yeah, I was witness to history, because when you see the data, the kind of blood that was collected, the kind of people who have given up on all the vices of their life. Like, there were lakhs of people who said, I'm not going to drink now. There were lakhs of people who said, I'm not going to smoke. I'm not going to do drugs. All these things happened at that particular space. That was 22-minute drive from the city center of Ahmedabad. And 5 minutes before getting there, you can actually feel the kind of vibrations around. And I'm very proud to say, Lalit bhai, the London team made a big Pramukh Swami poster there, which was like, I think it was at least 100 feet or 150 feet. And it was made of, the bubbles. It was made from bubbles. And I'm very sure they have, the Guinness Book of World Record is taking note of it. And very soon we're going to hear that it's going to be the biggest thing, the biggest caricature made by bubbles of Pramukh Swami ji. And, there were thousands of, more than 15 to 18,000 people visited it every day. And they have, it went on for a month. And there were industry leaders, there were thought leaders, there were politicians, there were people from every part of the world. And the last I know, there were 92 countries were participating. Like there were people from 92 different countries. But I went on like, a week before it went off. So I'm sure each and every country had someone coming to this particular event. I was mind blown. Like it was the best event I have seen in my entire life. And I'm proud that I was there when it was happening.
Wonderful. So one of our other guest speakers that we had earlier, who is Hemang Ponda from Ahmedabad, that is actually where this event took place. And
Yes.
the Shatabdi Maha Utsav, as they call it, the 100 years of Pramukh Swami, the Swaminarayan Sampradaya had put this up. And followers of Swaminarayan or Pramukh Swami came from all over the world to attend this event and celebrate 100 years of his life. And as you visited, we also had Hemang, I believe, who also visited this particular event. Hemang, do you have a moment or two that you can share your experience, please?
Yes, as like Chintan Bhai said, it was very good, and we visited history, because that will never happen in the future. We never know. That could be, but it will be never the thing which they have done this time, because it was with 600 acres, and as Chintan Bhai said, the blood. So the visitors, they were donating the blood by themselves. Like it's not compulsory, but everybody was so much fascinated to do such kind of seva during that festival, like that Shatabdi Mahotsav. So it was 5.6 billion bottles were collected, and there were many world records which has been already registered, but it will be the numbers will come later on. But it was phenomenal. Like we cannot share that experience, and it was I must say that 1 day or 2 days is not enough to visit the entire Mahotsav and the presentations they have kept over there. So yeah, but it was blessing that we visited that history.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Yes, see, India giving us amazing culture. And this is what India is so very well known for, its art and its culture. So, gentlemen,
Lalit bhai, I would like to interrupt for a second.
Yes, please go ahead, Satish.
I was so impressed. You know why? I tell you, there was about 9 years old boy. He came. That there was a for the children, kids. There was a zone, kid zone.
Yes.
And the way he explained, they were very fluent in religion. If you say, I tell you one thing, because they were taught, this gutka and everything, this is not good. Then, the other messages, and, the boy was so fluent in religion also, and I tell you one thing, the best thing that these boys, who were trained, by the Swamijis there, were brought in, about 2 or 3 months before, the whole Shatabdi Mahotsav, and the school was set up there, so they don't miss the classes. This kind of management. And one more message, which I got, from Brahmavihari Swami and Swamiji, he says that, have you ever seen a board here that, please don't litter, don't sit here, don't, and keep the washroom clean. Have you seen any of these messages? He said, no. Did you find anything dirty? He says, no. So this is what we would like to convey, that you don't have to be imposing things. It happens here in this, Pramukh Swami Shatabdi was. Tell me, I tell you one thing, 4 lakh people on an average visited, that particular place, and you don't find a litter. No, I mean, not even kagad, not even one little thing, anywhere. And you go to the washroom, so clean, what a beautiful management. I tell you one thing, Fable does it. And not only that, after the Mahotsav was over, all paver blocks, everything, whatever, was received as seva, was properly taken off. And, this 600 acres of land, which was, this was out of this 200 acres were developed. Believe me or not, everything you should really go and see that what kind of discipline, this, what do you call, the Swamsir, have got there. I tell you one thing, if management has to be learned, I would go, I would send anybody, to Swaminarayan Sadhujis, for learning this one. They're excellent. I have no words, to express.
That's amazing. See, this is what India is all about. India is giving us culture. India, through culture, is also teaching us management. India is teaching, I'm sure so much of IT work would have been gone in there. Once again, India tops on IT. India tops on this culture. So yes, we are so proud to be Indians, and so proud to be talking about what India has done for us, and very passionate about it. So Satish Bhai, thank you so much. A very, very warm thank you from Healing Our Earth. Enjoy the Independence Day, the Republic Day celebrations over there in India. I'm sure lots is happening. So before I part with you, Satish Bhai, I know your time, you were saying you've got another meeting to go to, but if you may share one point with us about what kind of preparations are going on for the Republic Day in Mumbai currently. It's just happening in 4 days' time.
26th January, on the Republic Day, we have recognition, of so many Swayamsevak, and then, we have got the parade, of the local police and so on.
Correct.
And so this is all normal, at Shivaji Park. It is going to be very, very big, because we are on the 75th year of, no, this is not the 75th year of independence, but, as 26th January is our Republic Day. So,
yes.
It is still, some 2-3 years more, to go, for celebrating 75th year of Republic this thing. But it is really going really superb. Everything is really very good.
Wonderful. Enjoy and have a wonderful time during the Republic Day celebrations. A global namaste and a very much a thank you from Healing Our Earth for coming on to this show today. Thank you, Satish Bhai. Chintan,
thank you
one
so
final
much.
word. Hey, sorry, Satish Bhai. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Chintan, one final word from you about this amazing event taking place in India.
So Lalit bhai, I'll be very honest to you. This is the phenomena that I'm been watching, which I'm feeling. I also, before COVID, we all were forced to be at home.
Yes.
We are not allowed to go here. We are not allowed to do this, for a very for a very right reason. The moment that has gone from last 2 years, I'm sure Hemang would agree with me. We had the best Navratri. We had the best Diwali. We had amazing events, that the one which we were just talking about. So everything is just going to go up, up, up. Indian economy is going up. Indian celebrations are going up. Indian food consumption is going up. But of course, I have to lose weight, so I'll eat less. But it's going to be amazing, I'm sure. Every society, every housing society in Mumbai, I know they have a celebration happening in their particular area. Every schools have come up, and this year only it is going to get bigger and bigger. So any person who is not in India and is planning his trip, you are most welcome. And if you come to Mumbai, do drop in for coffee like how Lalit bhai comes in.
Chintan, thank you so much. I truly appreciate your time on Healing Our Earth. And yes, I was going to stress the fact that in the food industry, food consumption, you're certainly making a very, very good contribution to that industry, Chintan. So we have
Mr. Batra, so I think he'll tell us how to be fit.
Exactly. I was just going to tell you, I wanted to bring him in, but while you're there with us, Akshay Batra is a very renowned trichologist from the homeopathy side of it, comes from a very well-known industry of homeopathy in India, a very popular gentleman there. And Chintan, hang on, he might share a few stories about weight loss. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Akshay Batra. A global namaste and a happy Independence Day to you.
Global namaste.
Happy Republic Day. Sorry, my apology.
Happy Republic Day and namaste to all my brothers and sisters that are viewing this program from all over the world. I love the name of the show and I'm very, very happy to be here.
It's such a pleasure to have you, Akshay. We have often had your respected father on our sessions, who's come and graced our Healing Our Earth, shared his knowledge and been absolutely amazing. So once again, a very warm welcome from Healing Our Earth to you. I have a question for you. There is a lot happening in India. The Republic Day is coming up. What has India done for you personally?
Wow, that's a very deep question to answer, but I'll try and attempt to answer it. I think India has given me everything. India has made me who I am.
Wow.
India has actually taught me, the beauty of entrepreneurship. As you know, India is full of small entrepreneurs, and I think entrepreneurship is an art you cannot learn well enough in a business school, but you can learn very well living it. So India, on the one hand, has taught me entrepreneurship, and on the other hand, India has given me a set of values and guidelines to follow and to live by. It's taught me how to respect my elders. It's taught me the art and science of living life through tools like Vedanta. It's taught me how to accept harmony among so many different religions and different kinds of people. So I think India has made me who I am, and I'm extremely grateful for that.
And may I add on to this? India has given us a first known chairperson of trichology, and that is yourself, Dr. Akshay Patra. So yes, India may have given you all your points, but India, from our perspective, has given us your leadership in the trichology.
It is actually one of the, my biggest honors was to be the first and the only Indian to preside over the Trichological Society of London, which is where I studied, and I got elected as its only non-UK president. So first Indian and first doctor outside of UK, and it's a great honor that India got that chair.
Absolutely. And that's a true honor for us to be proud as Indians that we have the Indian chair, but absolutely a proud moment for yourself too. Akshay, I know you have traveled just recently. You've just come back from the airport and you were trying to juggle some time. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you from my personal self, and thank you from Healing Our Earth. But I'm going to say one thing. Hang on just for a few minutes, because we have a wonderful lady who's going to sing this wonderful patriotic song for you, entertain us for a minute or two, and then we'll come back to you, because I have a few questions I want to ask you.
Lovely. Look forward to hearing her. Sure.
Thank you. And this is our lovely resident singer. And may I say, Bollywood produces a lot of wonderful singers, where we have got one of those singers with us, Healing Our Earth resident singer, Mrs. Meenaben Trivedi, with a very wonderful, sweet, melodious voice, who entertains people in live audiences, obviously, and virtual audiences. And we cannot wait to hear something from her about India. Meenaben, a global namaste and a very warm welcome to you on Healing Our Earth once again.
Thank you so much, Lalit Bhai. Global namaste to you, and a very happy Republic Day to you too.
Same to you.
So how are you today? Okay.
I am wonderful. I'm so excited and so energized about celebrating the Indian Republic Day, but I cannot wait to hear what song you have for us for the Indian Republic Day.
I have got quite a few songs, but I'm going to start with a very popular song from the movie Kesari, Teri Mitti.
Go ahead. That's amazing.
Definitely. Thank you. रांझड़ावे तेरी सांसों पे थोड़ा सा वतन का भी हक था, ना देख मुझे यूं मुड़ मुड़ के, तेरा मेरा साथ यहीं तक था। ये तेरी ज़मीं तेरे खून से तो सजती संवरती है रांझे, तेरे इश्क की मैं हकदार दार नहीं, तेरी हीर तो धरती है रांझे। ओ रांझड़ा वे तेरी सांसों पे थोड़ा सा वतन का भी हक था, ना देख मुझे यूं मुड़ मुड़ के, तेरा मेरा साथ यहीं तक था। ये तेरी ज़मीं तेरे खून से ही तो सजती संवरती है रांझे, तेरे इश्क की मैं हकदार नहीं, तेरी हीर तो धरती है रांझे। हाय तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जावा, गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। तेरी नदियों में बह जावा, तेरे खेतों में लहरावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। हो 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 है मेरी ज़मीं अफसोस नहीं, जो तेरे लिए सौ दर्द सही, महफूज रहे तेरी आन सदा, चाहे जान मेरी ये रहे न रहे। ऐ मेरी ज़मीं महबूब मेरी, मेरे नस नस में तेरा इश्क बहे, फीका न पड़े कभी रंग तेरा, जिस्मों से निकल के खून सहे। हाय तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जावा, गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। तेरी नदियों में बह जावा, तेरे फसलों में लहरावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। हो 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 हो
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you so much, Meena Ben. That was such a melodious song.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, on whichever platform you're listening to us on Healing Our Earth, this is what India gives us. This is the song that India gives us. This is the talent that India gives us. So
Thank
proud
you.
to be Indian, Meena Ben. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And Dr. Akshay, wasn't that melodious?
Outstanding. It was
Yeah.
outstanding.
Thank you so much. Kind words.
So wonderful. Thank you for coming back to us. I know you've given us your time, so we really do appreciate that. Dr. Akshay, I have a question for you. I know you said India has given you so much. India has given us the trichology chairperson as an Indian gentleman. Wonderful. What are your thoughts on the current activities that are taking place in India that has boomed the economy in every aspect? India has been just growing. Share some of your personal views with either homeopathy, with trichology, or your thoughts on India progressing so much.
I think India is growing, India is shining. India is truly shining. We've already heard about, I mean, I was listening in while I was landing for my aircraft to see, what's going on today. We've already heard about airports, hotels, travel and tourism. I'll talk about healthcare. And
Yes.
I think healthcare in India is shining too. I will specifically talk about alternative medicine because that's my specialty. As some of you know, the government of India under Shri Narendra Modi a few years ago took alternate health outside the Ministry of Health and started an Ayush ministry. And the Ayush ministry is giving really good direction to alternative health. I think a lot more people are choosing wisely. They're choosing safer healthcare practices. They're not pill popping allopathy for every headache or every ill. And they've started choosing homeopathy and Ayurveda far more wisely. Homeopathy and Ayurveda are being exported out of India beautifully. I mean, you see so many products on so many shelves all across the world, in London and, America, all over the world, you see these products. So I think, the India healthcare scene is really shining. And, Indian doctors anyway are very well respected all over the world. And that's because of two reasons. One is the number of cases that they see in India far outweigh what you can see anywhere else in the world. So the kind of practical experience you get being a doctor in India is phenomenal. And the kind of learning and the kind of education also you get is phenomenal. So India is surely leading the way in healthcare. And I'm sure that very soon, we will see a lot more healthcare tourism coming into the country.
Correct. In fact, that is what one of our speakers earlier, one of our guests who came on, was talking about medical tourism taking place. And according to you, Dr. Akshay, why do you think that's the case? Yes, I know everybody says medical tourism is going to be a big thing and India is heading towards that. What are your thoughts? Why is India becoming so favorable for medical tourism?
Well, there are lots of reasons. I think the first reason is the quality of healthcare. India is known to have great doctors and great hospitals and great healthcare practices. So I think that's the first thing, because people above price put quality, especially in healthcare. So quality is the first reason for them coming to India. The second reason, of course, also is price. Because, getting dental work done abroad is so expensive. Getting elective surgery abroad is so expensive. That the NHS has such a long wait list. Almost 2 to 3 years for some very critical ailments as well. So, the healthcare system all over the world is under pressure. But India is cost effective. India has great quality. And, for things like elective surgeries, people also enjoy tying it up with tourism. So, you can come and get your treatment done and you can go and, tour India and all the money that you would have saved just getting the same surgery done abroad.
Correct. That is so true. So yes, that's one thing that has been coming out where people are saying very much cost effective. The level of care is very good. And we are very, in fact, privileged, I believe, to come to India, get their treatment. And as you said, enjoy India, what India has to offer us. That's what the conversation has been going on about the art and the tradition and the culture and religion and everything that's been going on in India, and that's making India so favorable. Akshay, I have another question for you. This is something that is quite a connection with your particular industry and your particular organization, if I may say. Bathra's homeopathy and your trichology, you guys have been quite connected with one of the major industries in India also, which is the Bollywood industry. Is that correct?
Well, that's true. We have a lot of friends and patients from the industry. So, yeah.
So from your perspective, what do you have to say about the Bollywood industry?
I think Bollywood is, growing phenomenally. I mean, look at the change that's come about in the last 10 years. It's become professional. It's become organized. It's become almost corporatized, I'd say, because there's so many international players also coming into India to produce films. So I think, look at, we heard this lovely song, and you know that India's won the Golden Globe for, the song in RRR. So, Indian
Correct.
music, Indian film is just going all over the world. I mean, Indian cinema is so well appreciated. I think there's so much art in India. There's so much culture. Of course, there's also the, money-making mass films. But if you actually dwell deeper, you'll find such fine art coming out of Indian cinema, such fine theater coming out of India, such fine music coming out of India. I mean, the culture we have is phenomenal, and just so, so proud to be Indian.
And as an individual, Dr. Akshay, how do you implement that cultural activity within your own family?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Lalit. I think, I'm not sure if you know, but my wife is Muslim. I am born a Hindu, and, our children are just everything. So, I mean, what we do is we respect all traditions. We try and celebrate all major festivals in India. I wouldn't say I'm overly religious, but I respect all religions, and I try to imbibe the good from every religion into my children and into our family. So we will celebrate Christmas, we will celebrate Eid, we will celebrate Diwali. But what we'll try and do is we'll try and take the learnings from these and try and implement them in our daily lives. If you recall, I mentioned that India has given me a set of values to live by. And,
Correct.
For me, that is really, really important, because if you have a set of values, which India gives you so well, you have a direction to live your life. And if you live your life on that path and that direction, you cannot go wrong.
That's wonderful. And as we all know, India actually embraces all cultures. Is that correct?
It does embrace all cultures.
Nicely, yes.
India
And here we are
all...
showing to our viewers about your trichology as you sow. There we go. Once again, yeah, bioengineered hair transplants and how the hair can be brought back. Maybe I should be considering something about the engineering technique on my head.
Anytime, anything to help you, Lalit.
Yeah. So this is up in the forefront. Tell us a little bit about your work as a trichologist and making the world aware of it.
I'm not sure if you know this, Lalit, you probably do, but India is the largest exporter of hair for wigs. Because Indian hair is so good and so strong, it goes all over the world to make wigs. So, people donate their hair, sell their hair, and then that goes into making very strong, luscious, beautiful wigs for people across the world who are going through cancer treatments and, so on and so forth. Coming to trichology, I think I'll talk again a little in the Indian context. Hair is really has always been very important to Indians. That we do mundans when our children are of a certain age, and we go to temples and donate our hair. So hair has a lot of importance in our Indian culture. India is moving now towards looking good, feeling good. I was just studying the search volumes of hair loss in India. And what I found is that in the last 5 years, they've increased about 500%. So there's a lot more awareness about people wanting to look good, wanting to, be presentable to the world. And I think that's very important because at the end of the day, if you're representing India in any form, you must look good and feel good about yourself.
Wow. Yes, that's so true. And this is with obviously some of the products that you have looking good, hair care for men, for women. Wow. This is where India is taking us. This is where we are so focused on growth.
Absolutely.
In every aspect.
Absolutely. I think the next, I'm really thankful to be born in India, and I'm thankful to be born in India at the time I was, because I really believe that the next 20 years for India are going to be even bigger, and India is going to have even more growth. I was just reading up somewhere that India now has the largest populace in the world. It's overtaken China. Correct. And 50% of that population is under 30 years old, which means
Can you imagine?
Yeah, which means that the next 20 years is going to be such a large workforce for India. That the GDP has to reach, the 5 trillion number. I mean, there's no other way. If we just do a few things right, I think India can, become the biggest superpower in the world. That's my true belief.
Yes, and I think it is heading that way. There is no doubt about it.
Yep.
Yeah, under this very strong leadership of Mr. Narendra Modi and I think the whole government, and also let's say that they have generated a lot of positivity into the youth, that the youth of India is so energized and so wanting to do good things for themselves and for the country.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And the youth is the future, because the youth is what's going to build India. And, I would really like to leave only 2 messages today, Lalit, if
Please
you
do that. Yeah, go ahead.
The first is, I think the youth need to live their life by values, by the Indian values. While we want to get westernized, we don't want to get so westernized that we forget our fabric.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the first thing I'd like to say. And the second thing I'd like to say is that I would really like to see a healthy India in the next 20 years. So there are so many, lifestyle diseases that we can develop if we are not careful. And with the population we have, that could be a huge burden on the economy. So my only, my appeal to the youth is, please live your life by values and just follow simple, basic health practices to keep healthy, so that you can keep your country growing.
That's an awesome message. A good message for the Republic Day celebrations for the youth. And I think that's a very, very good one. Akshay, thank you very much for that message. But I also, I know you've got some time constraints, but before you leave, may I ask you one more question? Do you have about 2 or 3 minutes?
I have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Okay. So my question to you is, I know my question earlier was, how do you implement that culture within your own family? And you went and gave us a very good example of how there's a mix of a Hindu and a Muslim and you respect every culture. But do I stand corrected here? Did one of your sons recently perform at the Chavan Center in Mumbai?
He did. That's right. My son loves to sing. He only sings Indian music. He doesn't sing any English songs. In fact, in his school, there was how they have these Indian Idol sort of contests. Yes. And he fought with his principal saying, no, I will not sing English. You have to permit me to sing Hindi.
Wow.
So, and he finally got away with that.
That's amazing.
So
and share his name with us. Share his name with us.
His name is Riman Batra, HRMAN, BATRA.
Correct.
And I have a Visharad myself in Indian classical music. So I've studied music myself. And of course, I don't sing as well as Meena ji, but I appreciate music in every form, and particularly Indian music.
That's super amazing. And you know what? I know if you're able to hang on a little bit after your 5-minute time, she's actually prepared a wonderful song once again for all of us and for you too, that she just wants to make sure that you get to hear a bit of it. So that was one. And I must say one thing, Riman actually really touched my heart when I saw a clip, because some of our Healing Our Earth people had actually come to the show where your dad was singing, and so Dr. Batra's grandson singing. And one of the video clips that I got sent to me, it really touched my heart, was when your Riman, your son, actually walks, while he's singing, he walks down from the stage and goes and pays his obeisance to one of the music, I believe a director or a singer was there. Was it Mr. Rup Kumar Rathod? Correct. Right. And that is Indian culture. Walking down while you're performing to pay your respects to the elders, to the superiors, and that showed the cultural values in him. So that I wanted to really find out that that's what you practice at home, hence he got that.
That's right. I'm very, very proud of him and all my children. So,
and so you are. Well, you were younger than Riman when I met you first.
We don't want to give away your age, Lalit. You look so fit and so young. You're such a perfect example for how, one should really be. Your yoga, your exercise, whatever you do to keep the Indian community alive all across the world. Really, kudos to you, and, 3 cheers to that.
Hey, thank you very much, Dr. Akshay. Once again, a very warm thank you from Healing Our Earth to yourself. I know you have flown in, you're flying out again, you're a busy man, but thank you for spending some time with us today. We truly, truly appreciate and have a wonderful Republic Day celebrations while you're there in India.
I'm going to talk a minute about that because I heard you talking about, how to celebrate and what you're going to be doing on the 26th. And my view really, honestly, is that India should be celebrated 365 days a year.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
and everything we do and the way we represent our country abroad and the way we represent our country, even in India, we should be proud of it every single day. And which is why, I truly celebrate it every single day of the year.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. We are an Indian every day. It just doesn't have to be on the 26th of January. Thank you, Dr. Akshay. Thank you very much once again from Healing Our Earth and personally from myself. Have a splendid day and don't log off. If you can hang on a little bit or while you're driving, just log on in the car. And we have a wonderful song by our resident singer once again. I would say the voice of Lataji, but that's my bias because I love her singing so much. And well, I think the audience can see that and can hear that. So we have once again our Meenaben Trivedi, who's going to entertain us with a wonderful patriotic song for the Republic Day of India. Namaste, Meena ji.
Namaste, Lalit Bhai again. And yes, I have got another beautiful song sung by Shreya Ghoshal, and that is called Apni Mati. The word itself explains everything.
Absolutely. Go ahead. We're waiting to hear from you. And Meena Ben, once I just want to remind the audience that after your beautiful melodious song, we have a resident Healing Our Earth priest coming on board, who's going to educate us on quite a few things that India has given us. So that is none other than our Sri Hemang Bhai, but we're going to introduce him after this beautiful melodious song that you have sung for us.
Sure.
Thank you.
तेरे सर पे नीला गगन है, सौंधी माटी है, तेरे कांधे हरियाली चूनर सरसराती है, ये नदियाँ तेरा गहरा है, सागर का दर्पण है, तेरे दिल में करुणा मेघ है, आँखों में सावन है, तेरी सांसें बस प्रेम के किस्से सुनाती है, तेरे इश्क में डूबे हैं हम तो अपनी माटी है, तू अपनी माटी है, तू अपनी माटी है, तेरे सर पे नीला गगन है, सौंधी माटी है, तेरे कांधे हरियाली चूनर सरसराती है, ये नदियाँ तेरा गहना है, आगर का दर्पण है, तेरे दिल में करुणा मेघ है, आँखों में सावन है, तेरी सांसें बस प्रेम के किस्से सुनाती है, तेरे इश्क में डूबे हैं हम तो अपनी माटी है, तू अपनी माटी है, तू अपनी माटी है, गा मा पा मा गा
Meena
Thank you
Ben,
so much.
once again, absolutely melodious. It is so soothing for the ear. I
Thank
tell
you.
you,
Thank
you've
you.
got a voice of what they call Saraswati.
Oh, thank you so much. It means a lot, definitely.
Thank you. And we are so proud as Healing Our Earth, having you as our resident singer. You're always there, always entertaining us. So once again, from Healing Our Earth, a warm thank you to you.
Thank you. My pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. And guess what? Who we have now? We have none other than our resident priest, Sri Hemang Bhai. And Hemang Bhai, I think, have you got two devices on? No? Okay, not a problem. We'll unmute you again if you can.
Okay.
Perfect. Yeah. I'm
I
just
hope it's
getting
better
an echo
now.
back. That's all it is.
Maybe some gain here. Is it clear now?
Much. I can still hear my echo coming back to me.
Okay.
Not a problem.
There's only one device here, yeah.
That's fine.
Okay. Can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you very clearly, loud
Thank
and
you
clear,
very
and
much.
the picture is amazing too. I can see a very good clear screen of yours.
धन्यवाद मरा भाई पहला तो
Global namaste to you, Jai Sri Krishna, and my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. Culture and respect for somebody who's learned should always be there, and let me fulfill that towards you.
It's an honor for me, Dr. Lalit ji. So nice to see you. You are conducting this program so very well. Very happy Republic Day to you and our whole family across the world, and a global namaste to everybody as well. I'm heartfully thankful to our Healing Our Earth team, and especially Nil Kumar ji and yourself, Dr. Sodha ji. Such a nice event you have organized, and it's such a nice thing to understand and where our lineage and heritage, and what is Republic Day, what is our independence. There's a lot to recap there.
Yes, this is not a 4-hour program that we can talk about India and get done. This is a huge topic, but that is why we have you here. And we are so proud, so privileged that you have come on board with us to share from a very different perspective of religion, from scriptures, from Vedas, from the Puranas, as to what India has given us today. So we really want to pick up on your expertise, and we would love you to share from a religious perspective, being a priest, what has India given to the people around the globe?
Definitely, I'll try to give it a shot and try to put a great big history and knowledge and understanding into a nutshell. So let's give it a try. So as I was saying, Lalit ji, our history is more than 50,000 years old.
Correct.
Ours is the oldest civilization on earth, the ancient most city, as documented and understood, is Kashi. And we have the first in the world for everything. If you look at it, the oldest, greatest university where we give the Gyan, where we share the knowledge and wisdom, the Nalanda University, the Sharada University, they all come from Bharata. Now what happened was there was World War I, which people didn't knew of. And this happened about 5,500 years ago from today. And that is called the Mahabharata War. The Mahabharata. And in that, we lost millions and millions and millions of successful great warriors. We lost very, very, very highly intellectual people like Dronacharya. We lost people like Bhishma Pitamaha. We lost great personalities of our Hindu Dharma. And therefore, in that global war that happened in Mahabharata, we lost nearly all of our science, all of our intellectuals, all of our technology was destroyed because it was a world war. What was the fallout? Fallout for that was anarchy. It was a mess. Remember, the Pandavas won, but they were crying when they won. Usually, when you win, you are happy. But they were not happy. They were crying because they knew that now what has happened is we'll have to start from scratch. We'll have to start from scratch to start the whole society. And then still we tried to come back. It is said that in 1700s, India had about the 40% of GDP of the whole world. Just imagine one country who had 40% of GDP. We were very, very successful and rich back again. We bounced back. But then what happened, as we all know, the attacks started happening from up north, west side. We had Huns coming in. We had the killers, pillagers coming in. We had Ghazi, Gauri coming in. They burned the Nalanda University. They burned the books. They destroyed our civilization. As much as possible, they destroyed millions of temples and, they rubbed it in for us. As you might have seen into the court, Supreme Court of India gave the verdict of Ayodhya temple. What they did was break our temples, break our murtis, put it on the floor and made the floors and the steps of their worship places. So we were emotionally and mentally crushed. We were so crushed for 1200 years or so. We had constant onslaught of foreigners. And then came British, as we know. Polish people came. There was Goa was under the Portuguese rule, and so on and so forth, as the history tells us. And in all that, what happened was that our Hindu self-respect, self-honor, success and money, all was totally wiped out and destroyed. We became the garib, we became the bhikhari, we became the slaves. And suddenly, when our masters leave us 75 years ago, they suddenly flick a switch and they say, okay, we are going. Does that mean that whatever destruction happened to us in 1200 years of destruction, we can undo it in one switch, on, off? And that's what our respected Modi ji is saying. We have to get out of the colonial mindset. We have to be swatantra. And I still believe, and our Prime Minister believes, and most of the people believe that we are still not independent. Like today, I am proud to wear my jewelry of my grandparents. I am proud to wear my tilaka of my great ancestors. I am proud to wear the kalava of my great ancestors. I am proud to wear my Indian dress. Have a look. This is my special shirt.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a special shirt and it doesn't have buttons in it. Basically, you can see if I get up a little bit.
You tie it up with strings.
Yes.
Yes. Bandi.
Exactly. Bandi. And I have dhoti that I wear.
Wonderful.
But the problem, Lalit ji, is that I'm fine, but majority, 99% of our Hindus would be ashamed of their identity, their dress, their identity, their tilak, to wear this and go to a shopping center in foreign country. Why? Because we are mentally still slaves. It takes time to get the slavery out of you. So again, when people have to go to shopping center, they have to wear their master's dress. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Whatever their masters were wearing, we have to wear it because we think that was posh. That is posh. This is not posh. This is not good looking. Do you see? So we are still mentally not independent, but that doesn't mean that we are not on our way. We are working hard. People like yourself, people like me, and lots of other people, they are working hard to bring back our honor and privilege. When I heard Meena ji singing, she was singing so well. Amazing. Very melodious. People like them are bringing our own culture and tradition and our own identity back. And only when you are proud of who you are? Will you wear it with pride on yourself? So
true.
So yes, 75 years and we have just started coming out of dependence and mental slavery. I would be saying that when I see I live in United Kingdom, I live in Leicester, but when I see Scottish people wearing their kilts, their beautiful socks, and they wear their Scottish hat, and when they play that Scottish bagpipes, I feel so proud. Do you know why? I think that these are the people we should learn from. These Scottish people, they are proud of their dress, they are proud of their ethnic culture, their tribal culture, their community culture and traditions. And if they can wear that and walk on the main street, I can wear my dress also and walk on the main street without feeling ashamed of myself. I don't have to wear my master's clothes. I don't have to wear my master's style of clothes. I can wear my great grandpa's clothes, the style that my great great grandpa. I can also have a pagadi and be proud of it.
Wonderful, wonderful. That is a true Indian. And that is what India has given the culture, the uniform, as I may call it. And India gives tilak. That is not in any part of the world that people wear tilak. So India has given us a tilak, although it may be different for different followings, but tilak is there.
Yes.
So if I may ask you, what is the significance of a tilak? If you can share that in the next minute or so, would love to hear that from you.
Definitely. Tilaka is a very simple way of saying that my energy, my atma, my soul respects your soul. So irrespective of your skin color, your how big your wallet is, what your standing is, you are a human being and you have, or you are a being, sentient being with an atma, with an energy, just like me in yourself, and I respect you for that. And that's the way of doing tilaka. So when a guest comes to our home, when a bahu comes to our home, when a VIP comes to our home, what do? We go and do tika to them. And we say, I see you, I respect you, I honor you. And similar theme of understanding you will see in the film Avatar, which was recently released. And when he was interviewed, I don't know if you might already know this, that his director was interviewed that where did you get the inspiration of making Avatar 1 and Avatar 2? And he said, I got this from India. So yes, India had been a great guru, a great wisdom and knowledge provider in the world. And I'm sure with the help of all of our team and Modi ji and the whole world together working hard, we will again become the biggest giver of understanding and knowledge in this world.
Wonderful, wonderful. And that is what India is doing for us. Hemang Bhai, such a wonderful conversation with you. But you know what? I want to tell our audience just for 30 seconds that you are a wonderful priest, a Hindu priest from London, a speaker and a spiritual guide, was born in a Hindu Brahmin family. And you have been teaching, studying Vedic scriptures, and learn ceremonies in India. You love to share your divine wisdom through the Vedic culture, especially the message of Lord Sri Krishna and the Hindu values. You know what? We are so privileged at Healing Our Earth, having you as our resident priest.
It's an honor for me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please stay on board. We have a wonderful host taking over from my position. We have Dr. Hani Kalaria, who has just joined in. And before she starts her hosting, I just want to say a massive thank you to all our wonderful guests who came on board with lovely melodious songs that have been entertained on Healing Our Earth today by our resident singer. And now we move on to our Dr. Honey Kalaria, who's going to be taking over from my hosting position, a wonderful team member at Healing Our Earth, a global namaste, a happy Republic Day to Dr. Honey Kalaria.
Oh, a global namaste to yourself, Lalit ji, to the whole of the Healing Our Earth family out there. And of course, a happy Indian Republic Day. What a wonderful day to celebrate, right?
Absolutely. You know, I've had such an awesome time from when we started the show this afternoon at 2 o'clock till now. Time has just gone by. But then I thought to myself, people are going to get bored listening to my hosting. They need a pretty young lady. They need a bubbly energy to come on board. They need an intelligent personality to come and host it further. So we are inviting our lovely Dr. Honey Kalaria, who is a super amazing personality, a dancer, a spiritual person, a wonderful human being who contributes a lot to healing our earth. So may I say a global namaste, a warm welcome. But I think Meena bin Trivedi has got something for us. She's with us here and she's going to entertain with a wonderful song to bring you in, Dr. Honey.
Wow, well, I just wanted to say, oh, you are so charming, dear Lalit ji. You are so amazing. Everything you say about me is what I see in you. You're such a charmer, such a fantastic, intelligent gentleman, also such a wonderful reporter for Healing Our Earth as well. You're becoming our health reporter, making sure that you get such wonderful, I would say, news from all over the place. We're so excited about that. Of course, with a happy Republic Day, having Meenaji there, oh my God, look at her with that beautiful background. It makes me feel like I'm right in India again, you know, celebrating our Indian music and classical music that she's a teacher of. So please, Meenaji, I look forward to that. But, you know, Lalitji, you've been introducing everybody, and I just feel that, you know, it's only right for me to introduce a little bit about you. Because you yourself are a real amazing gentleman, a wonderful host. So I just wanted to let our wonderful audiences know as well that Lalit Soda is a graduate from the Canadian Memorial Chiropractic College in Toronto, Canada. That's right. He's not just from the UK, he's multinational. He also qualified with the Spine Research Institute in San Diego. I believe that's for the chiropractic. And of course, he's in the master's program in some kind of a whiplash injuries program. He's a specialist. So if you've got any kind of whiplash, you know, you can just go off to Lalit Ji and he will sort you out in a whip like that. Yeah, wonderful, I would say, you know, he treats patients not just with, I would say, as a skilled practitioner and a skilled chiropractor, but he also brings in a lot of his lovely healing energy. I always see that. He's got a real lovely heart, a good soul, and he's got a beautiful energy. I think a healing energy. Whenever you're next to him, you feel, oh, I feel peaceful. So I just wanted to say, over the years, he used to have the privilege of treating numerous singers, dancers, and performers as well, even at Wembley Arena, before and after the performances. So I really connect with you over there, dear Lalitji. I just wanted to say thank you for all your contribution, as always. And I'm really looking forward to the next song with our Meenaji.
Thank you very much, Dr. Honey. Thank you for those kind words. And I'll let the show carry on with these two wonderful ladies, and a global namaste to all the viewers who've been with me so far, and to all the speakers, and to all the speakers that are coming on board. Dhruv, my dear friend, global namaste. All over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, dear Lalitji. So very shortly, we're going to have some amazing guests who will be joining us on our Healing Our Earth platform, the one and only, which is, of course, at the moment airing out in over 140 countries around the world. I hope every single one of you are sharing our Healing Our Earth little platform details on your social media, so more people can get a chance to enjoy, celebrate, and get transformed positively with all the knowledge that we are sharing here. Apart from that, I just wanted to say we've got Dhruv Chatralia coming on board very shortly. We've got David Frawley, Akanksha, we've got Sucheta Satish, Sudhir Kumra, Vinny Kalia, and so many more who are joining us very shortly. So stay tuned in. Meenaji, a very big global namaste to you. How are you?
Global namaste, Honeyji. I'm very well, thank you. And how are you?
Very well indeed. I'm looking forward to this beautiful song that you're going to be sharing with us. What will you be
Definitely.
singing for us? What is the song that
I've got this beautiful song and very popular one. "ऐ मेरे वतन, ऐ मेरे बिछड़े चमन."
I love that. Me and Lalit are
Wow,
going to
I could see Lalit Bhai clapping for that as well. So Lalit Bhai, this song is for you.
I was waiting for this song. Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Yes, enjoy, have fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much. तेरे दामन से जो आए उन हवाओं को सलाम, तेरे दामन से जो आए उन हवाओं को सलाम, चूम लूं मैं उस जुबां को जिस पे आए तेरा नाम, सबसे प्यारी सुबह तेरी, सबसे रंगी तेरी शाम, तुझ पे दे कुर्बान, तू ही मेरी आरज़ू, तू ही मेरी आबरू, तुझ पे दे कुर्बान। है मेरे प्यारे वतन, है मेरे बिछड़े चमन, तुझ पे दे कुर्बान। तू ही मेरी आरज़ू, तू ही मेरी आबरू, तू ही मेरी जान, है मेरे प्यारे वतन, है मेरे बिछड़े चमन, तुझ पे दे कुर्बान। माँ का दिल बन के कभी सीने से लग जाता है तो, माँ का दिल बन के कभी सीने से लग जाता है तो, और कभी नन्ही सी बेटी बन के याद आता है तो, जितना याद आता है मुझको उतना तड़पाता है तो, तुझ पे दे कुर्बान, तू ही मेरी आरज़ू, तू ही मेरी आबरू, तुझ पे मेरी जान। छोड़ कर तेरी ज़मीं को दूर आ पहुँचे हैं हम, छोड़ कर तेरी ज़मीं को दूर आ पहुँचे हैं हम, फिर भी है यही तमन्ना जगाई निकले दम तुझ पे दे कुर्बान तू ही मेरी आरज़ू तू ही मेरी आबरू तू ही मेरी जान है मेरे प्यारे वतन है मेरे बिछड़े चमन तुझ पे दे कुर्बान तुझ पे दे कुर्बान तुझ पे दे कुर्बान Thank you so much.
So beautiful. It touches my soul every time I hear that lovely music, and the way you sing it as well with your nightingale voice, it just adds to everything, dear.
Thank you so much. It is such a beautiful song, evergreen song, I must say, and the wordings are so beautiful. You know, I can relate to the words like "Chhod kar teri zami ko dur aa pahunche hain hum." We have actually left India and we've been here for such a long time, but our roots are definitely there. So I can never forget that.
Absolutely. And everyone should be proud, you know, of their roots.
Absolutely.
I think everyone should be proud of the culture that they come from. And everyone in the whole world, I would say, has something special to share. But India, there's something special, you know. There's something there.
Definitely.
You know,
It's like a magnet, isn't it?
There's spirituality, there's adventure, there's beautiful food, there's color, there is so much diversity, and there's so much that we could, you know, really appreciate about our wonderful India.
Totally agree.
And now, of course, we are moving on to our wonderful guests who are joining us. So, Meenaji, if you're still around, please do stay, and we'll be enjoying some more lovely songs from you, hopefully. And a happy Indian Republic Day to you as well so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
So, Lalitji, I feel that we need to invite 3 of our wonderful guests who are coming along. Isn't that right? The most wonderful Dhruv ji. And let me tell you a little bit about Dhruv and, of course, our wonderful guests who are going to be joining us right now. First of all, I'd like to say Dhruv is one of those wonderful gentlemen full of wisdom, so much information that he could share with us, and you could keep listening to him, you know, over and over again, and he still has more to share with you. So I don't know where he gets all this knowledge from. So let me just do a little quick introduction. We've got Dhruv Chatralia. He'll be discussing with us, and with, of course, David Frawley, who's another guest, and Akanksha on what Bharat has given to the world, especially from the Vedic point of view and the Vedic scriptures point of view, and also how we can incorporate these qualities in our lives to spread love, light, and wisdom to the world. And that I definitely say, you know, there is a lot of wonderful knowledge and wisdom that India has to share with the world. Dr. David Frawley is a Padma Bhushan Indian National Award recipient. He's author of over 20 books, and he's a renowned speaker on, I would say, many areas. Also, we have Akanksha Shandilya. Hopefully I've said that right. She's an internationally renowned dharmic influencer and speaker who explains Hindu concepts in a really easy manner, which you will find out very shortly. And of course, our one and only Dhruv Chatralia. He's author, by the way. He's a Queen's New Year's Honours List Award recipient at the moment. And he's an author of 21 books. Can you imagine that? God, he's been writing all his life by the sounds of it. So much knowledge just pours out of him. And he's a speaker on Hinduism. So a real, I would say, a global namaste to every single one of you. Thank you for joining us here on Healing Our Earth. So hello, Dhruv-ji.
Hello, Honeyji. Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Namaste to all of you. Yes. And to dearest Honeyji. Thank you for the kind introduction.
Yeah, and you also your lovely little Nehru dress. You and I think Lalitji look the same. I have to.
Definitely.
We went shopping together.
Did you go shopping together or something?
It was buy one free. I kept the free one.
My one was a free one.
Yes, I think so, right? A little corner shop, go for it. Well, let's start off with this. We've got our wonderful two twin brothers sitting there with our Lalitji and Dhruvji, by the looks of it. But Dhruvji, today you're going to be sharing something very special about this Vedic knowledge and what it brings to the world. What will you be sharing with us, and who are our guests? Can you tell us what you'll be sharing? I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you, Haniji. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Meenaji for singing so beautifully from the heart. I was very touched by how wonderfully she sang. Very privileged to be invited by Healing Our Earth for this exciting discussion. We're going to talk about Indian Republic Day. So we've got such a beautiful lineup this January with Makar Sankranti, which has just happened, Vasant Panchami coming up, Rat Saptami, Vishwakarma Jayanti, plus the 26th marks such another hard-earned, hard-deserved and a well-fought Independent Day, a Republic Day for the beautiful and ancient Desh of Bharat. So I'm delighted to be joined here together with the inspiring Vamdev Shastriji, a modern-day Rishi who I've been learning for so long that I even got the older versions of his books. This is Beyond the Mind. It's one of my favorite versions of his books. It's the newer versions called Vedantic Meditations. And I'm also here with Akankshaji, who's doing such amazing work to teach Hinduism to young people in a very understandable way. And also young people and older people as well, from all walks of life, have been following her teachings and her talks on Instagram and Twitter. So before I start, I also want to wish my brother Neil Kumarji, who's been organizing this session on behalf of Vamdevji, Akankshaji and I, a very happy birthday. I wished him privately, but I also wished him publicly on this domain. It was his birthday on the 17th, and wishing you a long and happy life, Neil Bhai. And before we start, we're just going to recite some opening prayers, and then we'll commence with our discussion. Ya kundentu sarahara davala, ya shubhra vasravruta, ya veena varankandavan shweta padmasana, ya brahma chuta shankara prabhutibi, devai sada vandita, samam patu saraswati bhagavati, nishesha jadyapaha, shuklam brahma vichara sara paramam, Adam Jagat Vyapinim Veena Pustadaririm Bayatam Chandakara Paham Hastespata Malikam Vidatatim Padmasane Samsitam Vandetam Parameshwarim Bhagavatim Buddhim Pradam Sharadam Vasutam Devam Kamsajanura Mardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagatgurum Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Maheshwarai Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah Narayana Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Saraswati Vyasam Tato Jayamudirayet. So Bharat Mata Ki Jai, to she who is adorned by the Himalayas, whose lotus feet are washed by the ocean, and who has birthed, raised and taught all that is in between and beyond, the highest pranams. So I'm going to introduce Vamdevji and Akankshaji, and I'm going to do it on the basis of a thought that Vamdevji very beautifully provided us last time, the connection with Bharat, Mata and Agni. This is Vamdevji's website. You can see he's the recipient of the prestigious Padma Bhushan Award, one of the highest civilian awards granted by the government of India. He's got some incredible courses online, which teach Ayurveda, yoga and various other aspects of Hinduism, Ayurvedic healing and Vedic counseling. So I very much recommend that all those who listen to this talk today do his courses. They're very amazing, grounding in various aspects of Indian culture and knowledge, which were not so available to us. And he's made it so accessible with these wonderful courses. So hello, Vamdevji, how are you?
Namaste. Always happy to be with you. Thank you, Dhruv, for a wonderful introduction. I'm happy to be with Akanksha, Hani, and this whole wonderful Republic Day event. And I'll just start off with a few general things I wanted to say. One, I wanted to honor Swami Narayan. And I have a very interesting story there. I know it's 100th anniversary there as well. I wrote an article called Arise Arjuna in 1989. It was in the Hindu Visual of that year. Then a couple years later, I received a contact call from Swaminarayan, who was organizing a cultural festival of India in 1991 in New Jersey. So I came, and I was so overwhelmed with their and being able to meet with
Hi, have we lost? Yeah. Okay, by the looks of it. So Dhruvji, would you like to continue maybe sharing a few things until we get our wonderful guest back? Thank you.
Sure. I think we've got him back. So you've got a magic touch, Honey G. I think we've got Vamdev Ji back here.
Very nice. Okay, please carry on.
Thank you. Yes, I'm contacting you from the high mountains of New Mexico, where we were recently buried in snow.
Wow.
So I came into contact with them also relative to the Akshardham in Delhi that they were building in 2006. And I helped them with the display. And we did a book for them called, I don't know if you can see it, Hidden Horizons, and a study of ancient history. Then I also kept in touch with them, and I also visited and was discussing the temple they have just completed or are completing in Abu Dhabi, the first Hindu temple in that area. So I wanted to
I think, yeah, we've lost Vamdev Ji again. So welcome, Akanksha Ji. How are you?
Namaskar, Dhruvji. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Thanks. From the very snowy slopes in Colorado, we've reached
Yes.
the high skyscrapers of New York City. So before Akanksha Ji begins, just point you to Akanksha Ji's Twitter feed and her Instagram. She's a very, very popular dharmic influencer. It's very easy to teach things in a very complicated things in a complicated way, but it's very difficult to teach complicated things in an easy way. And Akanksha Ji has done that difficult task by teaching complicated concepts of Hinduism in an easy way. So many young people and children find it relatable to her teachings on all aspects of Hinduism. And what I'm so proud of both Akanksha Ji and Vamdev Ji is that they have been fighting the dharmic narrative in a time where our dharmic narrative is very much under attack because our sadhus and rishis operate in a very fragile ecosystem, and without that funding and without that infrastructure, and it requires selfless people like Akanksha Ji and Vamdev Ji who constantly remind us that there's very few good people left in the world that are fighting and protecting that narrative, not only learning the teachings, but also practicing them. And I think we've just had Vamdev Ji join back again. So I'll pass it again to Vamdev Ji. I think it's frozen. So Akanksha Ji, welcome once again. Happy Republic Day to you. How are you?
Happy Republic Day to you too, Dhruvji. First of all, let me tell you, I'm super excited to be here sharing this platform with such amazing personalities. I've always been a fan of David Ji. I have followed him on Twitter since 2015, and I'm a big fan. So just to be able to share this platform with him is a big success to me, a personal success to me. So I'm super excited to be there. And I'm really excited to meet you, Honey Ji and Dhruvji. You and I have already had such amazing discussions. So it's always a pleasure to be here. Yeah, so I don't know if you want to go back to David Ji since he's back and unfrozen, and then I can talk. I don't want to interrupt when we are listening to such an amazing soul.
Hari Om. Thanks again. Next person, great guru I want to mention is Sri Aurobindo. It is the 150th year anniversary of him also.
You see, when we have snow in the UK, we just see snowflakes and we run for cover. In America, they laugh at what we do when we react when you have snow. So I'm sure it's very snowy weather in Colorado at the moment because Vamji's reception is normally excellent. So yeah, Akanksha ji, going back to you.
Yeah.
You obviously were born in Bharat, right? And
I was,
and you've moved to the US. What has drawn you back to this beautiful and sacred land of Bharat? What is that which keeps Bharat so close to your heart?
Yeah, I'll tell you. So you know, sometimes really small incidents, which may sound insignificant, really shape your personality. And that has happened with me too. When I sit and think back, what really makes me so passionate about Sanatan Dharma? What is it really? So I was fortunate enough to be brought up in a very religious household. And my family is very bhakti based. We may not be very educated in Vedas, because I'm from North India and a lot of our education and our paramparas have been lost because of constant invasions that North India has suffered. So I've been a victim of that, but the bhakti has stayed, right? So I was brought up in a very religious household, and I was very fortunate to have this figure in my life, which was my mother's grandmother. She was a very religious lady. She was religious to the extent that she would breathe Hari out of her mouth whenever she would breathe. So it will always be Hari in her words whenever she'll emit carbon dioxide. So I used to spend a lot of time with her growing up, and I became a Krishna Bhakt ever since I was 2 or 3 years old. And she used to tell me a lot of kathas when I was small. So like from Puranas and from Itihas, she used to tell me kathas all the time, and I used to sit there. Then I remember when I was, I think around 4 years old, I asked her, what does katha mean? What is a katha? So she's like, they're kind of, kahani, stories. So I was like, oh, they're stories. So they're not real. They didn't really happen. So she got very offended. She was like, no, they all happened. They all happened in different stages of time. So, but they happened. You have to believe that they happened. So I was like, okay. So that made an impression on my mind that I didn't really realize at that point. And then when I was around 10 or 11, I was in a convent school, and we were learning something about Jesus. I don't know. So one of the nuns that was teaching us about moral science, we said, oh yes, that happened in Ramayana also. He was like, no, but Ramayana is not real. They are all myths. And that really burned that fire inside me. I was like, what are you saying? They're not myths. I mean, my grandmother told me they're all real. So these kathas are real. So I would say that these two incidents, however small they might feel, they really shaped me and my belief system, which is still continuing till now. So yeah, that is really my story. And as you said about what connects me to Bharat, I would want to answer that, but after we listen to David Trolley-ji, because he's back.
Yes. Namaste, Vamdevji.
Yes, let us hope that the weather and the clouds here, the sky helps us. So Sri Aurobindo was one of the main heads of the Indian independence movement. And he was also a great poet. He actually studied in UK. And his Savitri is the largest blank verse poem in the English language. And he is one of the great fathers of the Indian independence movement. In fact, most of the revolutionaries look back to him because he took a more, you might say, assertive role in Bharat's independence. And he also then was a great yogi, and he was the one who gave us phrases like all life is yoga.
Okay,
we've got to get also back to you, dear Akanksha ji.
I think I'm the backfill here. That's my biggest role.
Table tennis, the screen table tennis. Go for it.
As soon as David G goes, I jump in right there.
Jump on there, go for it.
Yeah.
You said something about the moral science. That was interesting. You used the word moral science.
Yeah, we used to have a subject that was called moral science, and we used to learn all about Jesus, what he has done, his stories, and how that teaches us morals. So yeah, that was going on, and I was trying to connect it to Ramayana, and she made this comment that that's not real. So I was like, no, it's real. It's my whole identity. It has to be real.
How do you help people understand that it is real? Because they could
I'll tell you.
people think, yes.
Yeah, I'll tell you. So this is something that is super close to my heart, and I'm gonna start this with a Gita shlok, if you allow me.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So, Jai Shri Krishna. Na tvevaham jatu nasam na tvam neme janadipaha na chaiva na bhavishyamaha sarve vayamatah param. Never was a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be. So this is a Bhagavad Gita shlok that everyone, I think every Hindu must have read or heard. And but sometimes we don't understand how profound it is. It's basically telling us that everything, I, me, you, Brahma, the Prakriti, everything has always existed. It's always been there. It may have gotten through different cycles of creation and destruction, but it's always been there. And that means that Sanatan Dharma, Sanatan means eternal. When I say Sanatan Dharma, when everything has existed always, that means Sanatan Dharma has also always existed, right? Now, when it like the stories that we hear, the kathas that we hear, that is a different point of view when they existed. There have been different Kal Chakras, there are different yugas, there are Mahayugas, there are Manvantras. So there's been so many different cycles that it's very hard for us human beings with small intellect to understand all of this. But the fact is that Sri Krishna has said everything has always existed, and that means Sanatan Dharma has always existed. So when Sanatan Dharma has always existed, Bharat existed, right? So what's the difference? What is Bharat really giving us? We all know that we are living in Kali Yuga right now, which is around 5,000 years ago when it started. So we also know that before the advent of Abrahamism, there was pagan culture everywhere, which means which kind of relates directly to Sanatan Dharma. So now, because of us Asuric Shaktis, a lot of people forget about Sanatan Dharma, and they have beliefs.
Energies mean so that some of our non-Asian viewers could undernd. Ashakti, you just said the energy.
I said Asuric Shakti. That means, so we have two type of. So Asurs were the one who were meant to disrupt the Sanatan order. Yes. So those were the Asurs. So when we say Asuric Shakti, it means that because we are in Kali Yuga right now, it's an obvious thing that our belief system is going to be changed. It's not going to be the same faith that we always used to have. So when we talk about Sanatan Dharma, what Bharat has really done for us has still preserved it, even in the worst environments possible. So as I mentioned when I was introducing myself, I'm from North India. We have experienced the worst genocides possible, the worst invasions possible. And even then we were able to survive the Sanatan Dharma through our kathas and through our tirthas. So at a point where people didn't even know what Bharat was, our tirthas really defined our boundaries, because we have those tirthas that really are a way of keeping the faith alive, even if people don't understand the scripture or people don't know how to do the yagnas. So that's how tirtha has helped common people like me in purifying ourselves. So to me, that is really something that Bharat has given us. It has preserved our tirthas so that people who may not be that enlightened, who may not be that knowledgeable, can go there and still purify themselves through bhakti. And then these kathas, you can take any complex topic, whether it's moksha, whether it's Brahma, whether it's reincarnation. These are extremely difficult topics to understand. But the kathas are made in such a way, itihas, you take Valmiki Ramayana, for example. Everything is taught in a very simplistic way. If you pay enough attention, you'll understand what moksha is, you'll understand how time works, you'll understand what reincarnation is. And if you go to our Puranas, they'll explain you the toughest concepts in a very easy way through stories, because stories have a very deep impact on us. We may forget mantras, we may forget the teachings, but we'll remember the stories, and that's how we can shape our personalities. So that's how I think these kathas have always been such an integral part of us. Everyone, whether you may consciously or subconsciously understand this, but they all play a big role in shaping your personalities.
So are you saying that it becomes a lot more humanitarian principles? So there are a lot of, I find that from our, spiritual teachings, they help us to become a lot more humanitarian, because we always believe in protecting even animals, and we believe in peace, and we believe in, there's lots of very good values that are taught in our we're enlightened again. David G is back. Before he goes, I think I'm going to let him speak as well, otherwise we're not going to get his wonderful wisdom.
Yes,
please, David G, please go ahead.
Okay, I moved to another place in the room. Hopefully that will help. We are having some weather issues here. So Sri Aurobindo is the key factor in the Vedic past, present, and future. And he gave us this vision of Bharat, rooted in the Vedas, through Ramayana.
Oh, something. This is your asur, whatever you said, this asur, these negative energies, not allowing good energy.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. It is that. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but the values that we were talking about, I think this is really important, because we need to understand the fact that whatever the case is, whether you believe in the stories or you think it's myths, or if it's real, whatever the case is, the way people would accept it. But what we can't argue is the fact that it does have very good, wise teachings, and it does help people become good human beings, because it's got really good humanitarian teachings, how to respect your elders, how to, be, how to sacrifice, so all the other various things of how to be as a whole person. And also life management skills of how to live life, because that's really important. People get really confused nowadays, especially in this day and age, with so much chaos going on everywhere, mental instability going on. So, when you go in here, it literally teaches you life management skills. If you incorporate this, you will find that your life becomes a lot more smoother. So from what I understand. So please go ahead. Yes, I just thought.
David G's back. David G's back.
Oh God!
Well,
hi.
I seem to be coming and going, and I know that.
I don't know what's
going again.
Oh my God!
So I will just witness this wonderful talk.
Okay, let's go back to I think Akanksha. I think it's your information has to come out today. Go on, go for it.
Akanksha, yeah. Akanksha. Actually, it's pronounced Akanksha.
Akanksha.
It's a Sanskrit word. It means ambition. It means, that's what it means.
Nice.
But I think he can speak. I really want to hear him, so I don't want to.
Yes, please, David G, if you would like to share, let's try one last time. If you would like to share any.
Else I'll be the permanent backfill.
I think there seems to be a really good pose there.
Yeah.
This pose for the short time. Okay, Dhruvji, I wanted to ask you as well. With this wonderful, you also started off with this beautiful mantra. We had Akanksha also starting off with lovely mantra as well. These mantras are very important. Why do you think these mantras are important?
I think each of us, when we look at them, I think Vamdevji's just come back, so I'm going to give him one more chance.
So let's 256 time. Let's try this one.
Okay, let us try again. So India is at a very crucial state right now, and India is rising in the world. And at the same time, there's more challenges going on. You have of course, an Indian and background prime minister in UK, and you have a rising Hindu diaspora all over the world. So this is very important. And this causes more jealousy, more criticism on one level, and more respect on another level. So it's very important to go forward with strength, determination, motivation, and to recognize that these difficulties are showing your success, that you have accomplished a great deal. And the Indian community is heading medicine, science, spirituality throughout the world. And so it's a great gift. The gurus have come, more gurus are coming, more gurus are arising. And so it is very crucial that this movement continues and expands. So it is the future that belongs to Bharat as the past. Bharat maintains a civilization from the most ancient times to the most distant future. So I'm very happy to be part of this unfoldment of Bharat. I'm not Bharatiya in my background, but I am in my heart and my studies. And again, I'm very happy to be with you today. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha.
David, that was such a beautiful thing you just shared, really beautiful. And, you know, sometimes, you know, it's not about how much we speak, it's what we also share, which is really leaves people with a real, you know, touches their heart. And it's lovely what you just shared. It's brilliant. And also you talk about the fact there's two duality here, you know, with jealousy and respect. There's two things going on here. Some people would see Bharat as a really positive, in a very positive way, and there could be, you know, jealousy or whatever going on as well at the same time. But the uprising is definitely happening. And we see that. And David G, I always wondered, you know, you have so much knowledge about the Vedic scriptures, the wisdom of the East. You know, how did it start for you? Because, you know, you must have started very young. Something must have triggered you to move into this direction.
Yes, it started from the age of 16. And just my studies, I was a kind of philosophical mind. So I was able to look into, through the university and pre-university studies, the different philosophies of the world. And it became clear that the Bharatiya philosophy was the best. Vedanta was the most important. And we were also part of the whole yoga movement starting off at that time. And the great gurus of Bharat, we don't find equivalents anywhere else, whether it's Sri Aurobindo, Ramana Maharshi, Anandamayi Ma, Shivananda, Yogananda, so many, I could go on and on with that. So we saw a very different view of the world, and it brought us to an understanding of self-realization and inner consciousness as the goal of life, not simply outer religion, outer philosophy, and outer material factors. It brought me into the study of Sanskrit, and it also brought me into study of Vedas and other things, and it just went on and on from there.
And how do you think your personality was shaped? Because, you know, sometimes we talk about it's really good to inculcate young children with good values. And perhaps if we teach our future generation about Vedic script, you know, knowledge, how do you think it helps to shape a person's character and personality, especially this Eastern philosophy?
Because it helps us turn our awareness within to connect with our inner being and divine light. It is not just about looking outwardly, social appearance, how much money you make, how good looking you are, where in society you're placed. So it is an inner view that connects to the universe as a whole and takes us beyond our human limitations, prejudices. But of course, we want to make the outer world better, and that we can certainly do by being better people ourselves and by sharing an inner awareness rather than simply running after outer material things or even simply conceptual factors of the mind. We need to understand our innermost self.
That's beautiful, because that gift you can give to people is by working on yourself. Because by you being the right role model and by you being able to give the best of yourself to people, you know, that's the best gift you can give to others. And also, you know, you've written so many books as well, just for our viewers' point of view. If somebody needed to maybe start off with their first book to move into this direction, to understand a little bit about Vedic scriptures, Vedic knowledge, the wisdom of the East, what book would you say of yours that people should go and get and read, you know, which will help them to get the ideas and the concepts in a simple, easy way?
I would say I have a book called Yoga and Ayurveda, and that will help you connect to both these traditions and teachings at both spiritual and practical levels. So that's a good place to start.
Yes.
But we have many online articles and fairly active social media if you don't want to read long books.
Okay, that's brilliant. This is for all our viewers out there. So because we're celebrating our special little Indian Republic Day, we're talking about such wonderful information and we're gaining such lovely insights. This would be wonderful if it's a spiritual path or a path or a journey that you wish to embark upon, just like David G did at the age of 16. And look at him now, you know, he's sharing such knowledge, profound information with the rest of the world. So thank you for that, David G. So coming back to here, Dhruv G here, please let me let you come back on here again.
Yes. Thank you, Haniji. So your question about mantras. So the Vedas speak of 4 levels of speech, which we call Vak, from ordinary speech, which is Vaikari, to inspired speech, Madhyama, to speech as direct perception or Pashanti, to transcendent speech or Para. So the creation of Vak or speech has its origin in the Muladhara, the root chakra, which is the seat of all creation, and it's lorded by Ganesh. So the desire is from a primal impulse, which we call Paravak, which is transcendental speech. So the desire has to cross the Swadhisthana chakra, the Manipur chakra, and the heart chakra, where it transforms into Pashanti or perception, and then Madhyama or inspired speech to finally reach the Vishuddha chakra, where it takes the form of audible sound called Vaikari, so ordinary speech, which has been categorized into 50 alphabets from ending with Aksha, hence the alphabets called Akshara. So the mantra is a collection of this Akshara, which is meant to raise the Kundalini Shakti from the Muladhara chakra to the Vishuddha chakra in the first stage, which is the Bhulok or the physical world, and either with or without a material object in view. In this stage, the mantra is recited verbally in a rhythm called a Shanda. So it gives success in the material world, and it fulfills the material desires related to the physical plane of consciousness. In that second stage, the Bhuvaloka or astral world, the mantra is meant to raise the Kundalini Shakti from the Muladhara chakra to the Agna chakra or the third eye, and it's repeated silently in the conscious mind. So this opens the third eye to the superconsciousness, whereby the knowledge of the past, the present, and the future is revealed, as well as the manifestations of these desires in the material plane involved in the mantra. And then in that third stage, or Swaha, or the causal world, the mantra is meant to raise the Kundalini Shakti from the Muladhara chakra to the Sahasrara chakra, or the crown chakra. Here, the repetition is more of a subconscious habit, as Akanksha ji's wonderful grandmother was doing. It's a subconscious habit of the mind. And Swami Ramdas, who was a guru of Shivaji, you could hear the Ram naturally vibrating from his body. It's a transcendental state of meditation, or while sleeping in a form of ajapa japa. So the individual loses the consciousness of the self and is completely unconscious of time and space, yet the mantra continues to lead them towards the ultimate goal, which is Narayan. So these 3 have been explained by Brihaspati in Indra in the mantra Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha, which is in the Gayatri mantra. So yes.
Wow, that's amazing. That's really good. Thank you so much. Wonderful and such a proper descriptive way of explaining. So Dhruv Chatrali, I hear. So those of you who are watching right now, all our viewers, you can find out a little bit more about this wise young man. And of course, they also run these Bhagavad Gita classes. So if you wish to learn a little bit more about this and gain some nice insight and spiritual knowledge, then here you go. So thank you for that, Dhruvji. What a lovely way to explain that. So we're coming to a little bit of an end here of our discussion. And I just wanted to share with the three of you, is there any final messages that you would like to share with our audiences for our Indian Republic Day, please?
Vamjivji, you can go first.
Yes, is that Bharat is a universal concept. It's not based upon geographical boundaries. So we should all consider that we are citizens of Bharat as citizens of the universe as a whole, and as honoring the earth. And we have in the Bharatiya views and philosophy an important and wonderful way of integrating humanity, nature, the universe, and to taking us beyond simple nationality to the cosmic.
Beautiful. That's so nice. Yes. So we're one family, as they say. Yes. What do they say? Kutumba, whatever, right? Whatever. So, yes. Very nice. And what about you, Akanksha? What would you say? Is there a message from yourself as well?
Yes, absolutely. So I wanted to go back to the earlier point I was trying to make when I was talking about Sanatan Dharma. I think when I said moral science, every other religion has moral science, and they try to tell stories that basically make humans better. So I think the only difference, the way we can distinguish Sanatan Dharma from everybody else, is that our stories are not just limited to humans. Even gods are bound to the same natural laws and order as we do. So that's why the concept of karmas or moksha or reincarnation becomes very, very profound. It's a very unique concept because compared to the other belief systems, we get to learn that nobody, even gods, are out of the system. The system applies on everyone, whether you believe it or not. So the message that I would like to give for Republic Day is that each Bharatiya or each Hindu has this innate duty to give back to Sanatan Dharma as much as they can, whether it's through their time, whether it's through their effort, or whether it's through their own, self-adhyaya, swa-adhyaya. So this is my request to everyone. Please make dharma a focal point in your life. I know we are quite distracted these days. There are several things that derail us from this point, but this should be our innate duty, and I hope everyone gets a little bit of inspiration from this talk that we had today.
That's beautiful, because sometimes, you even talk psychologically, sometimes you talk about having boundaries and you have value systems, etc. Here, if you were having faith, hope, and a kind of a structure of life management structure that you have, then you will find that there is many things that will change in your life straight away. How to deal with life, how to make decisions in life, etc. How to be with each other, how to have more harmonious relationships. There could be so many areas that it could start touching upon in a positive way. So absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, Akanksha. Thank you so much, and good luck with all the wonderful work that you're doing, especially educating the young generation and many people from all ages, actually. So we are with you. Best of luck for that as well. And Dhruvji, any final messages before we go on and listen to our wonderful Suchitra-ji? She's absolutely amazing. You have to listen to her. She sings in so many languages. I still think that's not normal. She's like a genius born here, and we're so lucky to know her. But before we move on there, please, Dhruvji, would you like to share any final messages?
Yes, if there's one thing that distinguishes Bharatiya thought from the thoughts of anywhere else in the world, it's the one thing that Bharat has given to the world the most, which is the intelligence. India's taught the world that a human being is essentially a spiritual being having material experiences. So Indian thought is rooted in the fact that we're not just a body, but there's an interaction between the Atma and the body that occurs through what we call the D, the intelligence. So this D, the buddhi, filters the thoughts and send these impulses to the Atma, and the Atma replies. So this cleansing and filtering of thoughts is because of we have this Atma residing within the body. If this buddhi, which was taught to us by Bharat, didn't do the filtering and cleansing, then every person would be a selfish human being that would die within a few years. And it's for this reason that the D that is discovered by the rishis in Bharat gives a long life. So India has given the world longevity, and it's capable of averting the short life. So have you ever wondered why the ancient rishis could live for thousands of years, whereas we mortals live only for a few decades? It's the strength of the D, the buddhi, which is there in the Gayatri mantra as well. So I just wish everyone, as Akanksha ji and Vamdev ji said, that may we spread this beautiful light of Dharma, which is always been there and always will be there. And may we continue to promote and protect this ancient wisdom in the exact way it's always been. So that's my blessing and prayer.
Wow, thank you so much. Such beautiful words there, and I touched my heart too with what you've just shared there as well. And I love the soul science that you talk about, you know, the soul consciousness, that when you become more soul conscious, your life becomes a lot more with many layers rather than just the physical layer. You have all the different layers that start affecting what you do in everyday life. So I think that soul consciousness and how to become more soul conscious in life is something that should be shared, taught, and people should be educated in that field, because I think then you will have no wars and most people will be very peaceful, you know, because you police yourself from inside. That little voice tells you inside that don't do that, that's not the right thing to do. You don't even need somebody else to tell you that. So thank you so much to all three of you, Akanksha ji, Dhruv ji, and of course our dear David ji. With all the wonderful snow and everything that you had, you still stuck to this and you still made sure you sent your message across to the world. So we really appreciate that. So enjoy this special day, have fun, and we hope to have you back again in one of our future projects and future programs again. So a global namaste to all three of you.
Namaste. Jai Ma Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you. Jai Shri Krishna. So we move on to our lovely and most delightful Suchitra ji. Hello, Suchitra.
Hello, global namaste.
Global namaste. Is it just me or is it just you? Every time I see you, you look more and more prettier and glowing, and you've got this lovely smile which gets bigger and bigger and bigger. What's going on? Could that be the fact that you're releasing a single of your own or something like that? A little bit told me.
Well, yes, actually, very recently, a couple of days ago, I had my first song in a movie coming out.
Movie?
Yes, it's in a Malayalam movie called Aisha, and it's a very special one for me because it's my first song in a movie, and it's truly a blessed moment, and it's a great honor, you know, for this. And actually, this is a song by the national award-winning composer Shri M. Jayachandran from India. And what's special is that I got to record an Arabic song with him, so it's like an Indo-Arab, you know, collaboration, and that's
wow.
Really,
Let me tell everybody, let's share with our wonderful audience members a little bit of your background, because people should at least know, if you've joined us for the first time and you don't know who Suchitra Satish is, well, she's a singer and she's also a double world record holder for the most languages sung in a concert and the longest live singing concert by a child artist. Suchitra is just 16 years old. Is that right? Are you still 16?
I'm 17.
You're 17 now. I thought so. It's the first day. 17 now, and is passionate about singing and aims to become an international performer, just like her role model, Shreya Ghoshal. Wow. Well, Shreya ji, you're probably going to have a bit of competition here.
Oh.
Because she's so good. She sings in more than 125 languages, which I still say is just not possible. How could it be? It just cannot be. But you're doing something which is really, I would say, very unique. So, Suchitra, are you going to be doing some wonderful, are you going to be singing some beautiful songs for us? Or will you be able to give us a few lines of this new song that you
Definitely.
Yes. Would you like to share that with us, please? Because I'm so dying to hear what you have actually come up with.
I'll start off with the Arabic song. This is actually it's an iconic song written by Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and it's a song that welcomes him. So this is how it
Oh,
goes.
fantastic, lovely. So did you say it's something? So did you say it was written previously? The words were written before?
Yes, this is actually traditional lyrics, which is written by the Prophet himself.
Ah, right. This is interesting. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع وجب الشكر علينا ما دعا لله داعا أيها المبعوث فينا جئت بالأمر المطاع جئت شرفت المدينة مرحبا يا خير دعا طلع النور المبين نور خير المرسلين نور أمن وسلام نور حق ويقين ساقه الله تعالى رحمة للعالمين فعلى البر شعاع وعلى البحر شعاع طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع وجب الشكر علينا ما دعا لله داعا. Thank you. That was the Arabic song.
It's so beautiful. And look at you. This is something very interesting because in India, there are so many diverse languages, as we say. And, you know, for somebody like yourself who's being able to speak and sing in so many different languages, it's just amazing. And now you've added this Arabic side to it, which is brilliant. I mean, it's beautiful. Did you have to learn this? Did you have to study it? How did you just remember this? How do you get the talafuz, as we say, how do you do it?
Well, we've been learning Arabic here at school for a long time, and I've been singing Arabic songs as well from the beginning. And then the rest, I would say, is all God's blessings. How I'm able to pick these languages. I think I'm truly blessed. So.
Oh, you are definitely truly blessed. And today, of course, you know, so Indian Republic Day, dear Sucheta, what songs would you like to perhaps share with us that we could maybe share with the world to celebrate this special occasion?
Let me, in fact, wish all the Indians all over the world a very happy Republic Day in advance. I would like to start off with a very famous song from the movie Dil Jale, and I'm sure it's very well known to all of you.
Absolutely. What's the title of it?
It's called Mera Mulk Mera Desh, Mera Ye Watan.
Wah, kya baat hai. Please go ahead. Thank you.
मेरा मुल्क मेरा देश मेरा ये वतन शांति का उन्नति का प्यार का चमन मेरा मुल्क मेरा देश मेरा ये वतन शांति का उन्नति का प्यार का चमन इसके वास्ते निसार है मेरा तन मेरा मन ए वतन ए वतन ए वतन जाने मन जाने मन जाने मन ए वतन ए वतन ए वतन जाने मन जाने मन जाने मन मेरा मुल्क मेरा देश मेरा ये वतन शांति का उन्नति का प्यार का चमन अपने इस चमन को स्वर्ग हम बनाएंगे कोना कोना अपने देश का सजाएंगे जश्न होगा जिंदगी का होंगे सब मगन इसके वास्ते निसार है मेरा तन मेरा मन ए वतन ए वतन ए वतन जाने मन जाने मन जाने मन मेरा मुल्क मेरा देश मेरा ये वतन शांति का उन्नति का प्यार का चमन Thank you.
Wow, that's it. That's beautiful. And Sucheta, when you talk about Indian Republic Day, what does it mean to you? What does it mean for you? Like, is it a very special day? How do you feel it's special for you?
I think Republic Day indeed is a very special day. Obviously, all of us, we Indians, we feel united always, but I feel this one day is another day, which brings all of us closer again, once more, strengthens the bond. And I think, India is, all of us live outside India, most of us here. And as expatriates, we always, look up to our country as a very beautiful one, which is so diverse in terms of language, in terms of traditions, culture, and so many things like that. So it's truly a very special day. And with that, I would like to sing the next song for today, which is again a very famous one from the movie Fana.
Yeah, it's Fana. Oh, yes, I love Fana. Yeah, we've got lovely songs there. Please go ahead. Thank you.
यहाँ हर कदम कदम पे धरती बदले रंग यहाँ की बोली में रंगोली सात रंग यहाँ हर कदम कदम पे धरती बदले रंग यहाँ की बोली में रंगोली सात रंग धानी पगड़ी पहने मौसम है नीली चादर ताने अंबर है नदी सुनहरी हरा समंदर है रे सजीला देश रंगीला रंगीला देश मेरा रंगीला 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 सिंदूरी गालों वाला सूरज जो करे ठिठोली शर्मीले खेतों को ढक दे चूनर पीली पीली घूंघट में रंग पनघट में रंग चम चम चमकीला देश रंगीला रंगीला देश मेरा रंगीला देश रंगीला रंगीला देश मेरा रंगीला अबीर गुलाल से चेहरे हैं यहाँ मस्तानों की टोली रंग हंसी में रंग खुशी में रिश्ते जैसे होली बातों में रंग यादों में रंग 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 रंगीला देश रंगीला रंगीला देश मेरा 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 रंगीला
Wow,
song dedicated to our very colorful country.
That means my country is so colorful.
Yes.
And you have a very colorful shelf at the back of you with a lot of trophies I can see. Are these all the trophies you've won for your singing?
That would be for myself and my brother as well. My brother Sushant, so it's both
You're
of us.
right, because you're talented. You have to tell your mommy and daddy, They've got very talented kids. Well, moving on from this, I just want to ask you, if you had one thing that you could talk about India, one thing that is your favorite in India, is there a place or something in India that is your favorite that you could share with us?
Well, we get to go to India only during the vacations, and since the last 3 years, we haven't been able to do that. But one thing I really enjoy when we go to India is the heavy rains. I don't know how many of the people there in India would like it, but living in Dubai, where there's not a lot of rains, as at least as frequently as in India, I think the rains are truly beautiful, and I think that's the most beautiful thing that I like.
Oh wow! so creative. You know, you can see that you're very creative and you connect with nature in such a beautiful way, and I love that. I actually went to Goa. You know, I stayed there for a month in an ashram, and it was a rain season. It was in around December time, and it was raining every night. You'll see everywhere rain, like loads of water everywhere. And for me as well, as soon as you walk out in the morning, it would be so fresh, the smell, and there was no pollution, and seeing that the palms, the palm trees, and it was all green everywhere, just amazing. So you're absolutely right. It's a lovely thing to think about. Is there any final songs you'd like to share before I invite maybe one of our lovely friends, Mala, who's very patiently waiting there? And maybe we could ask her to suggest a few songs from her side.
Sure. Well, I think as Indians, we should always, be proud of being Indians. And walk forward with our heads held high, and truly be proud of India and the feeling of being an Indian. And with that, I would like to sing the last song for today.
Yes, sure.
छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लिखेंगे मिलकर नई कहानी. हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी. छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लिखेंगे मिलकर नई कहानी. हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी. आज पुरानी जंजीरों को तोड़ चुके हैं, क्या देखे उस मंजिल को जो छोड़ चुके हैं. चांद के दर पे जा पहुंचा है आज जमाना, नए जगत से हम भी नाता जोड़ चुके हैं. नया खून है, नई उमंगे, अब है नई जवानी. हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी. छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लिखेंगे मिलकर नई कहानी. हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी, हम हिंदुस्तानी. Thank you so much. And I would like to wind up with that song. And my board exams are, around the corner. So seeking the blessings of all my elders for that as well.
Of course, all our blessings are with you and all the rest of the people who are connecting right now, watching us from the 140 countries around the world. I would like to say and request you, please send your blessings to this beautiful, lovely, unique young lady, and make sure that she's doing equally well in all her studies as well as she's doing with her singing. So thank you so much, dear Sucheta. Whilst you're here, maybe, let me say, first of all, say global namaste to Malaji. Hello, Mala. How are you? A very, very, very warm global namaste to you.
Namaste to all, and especially to this lovely, lovely young lady. You touched my heart, Sucheta, and you sang. You're just a lark. Your voice. I just wish I could sing like you. I was worried whether our lovely Honeyji was going to ask me to sing. I couldn't compete, really. But I also want to say Happy Republic Day from me and all of us here in London, and especially from South Africa. We share special relationships with our Indian community there, and we fought the fight together. Thank you, thank you. And oh God, lots of lovely songs I was thinking of. But if there's time,
maybe a line that we could sing before Sucheta goes, and then I was going to have a little discussion with you about these top places to visit in India, because if you're there, India has such beautiful places that you could go and visit, destinations that people should definitely go and visit, just in case if they haven't. So I was maybe hoping we could have a little discussion about that. But if there's one song, their favorite song, it doesn't have to be a patriotic one. It could be any song that I'm sure Sucheta wouldn't mind singing one or two lines, because it's easy for her.
Oh, I like that Lata Mangeshkar song. I mean, patriotic. The Amera Watan Ki Logan. I don't know if you know it. I don't know.
First of all, I have to say, Malaji, I have to say, your pronunciation is very interesting. Yeah, no, Vatan Ka logo. Sucheta, would you mind if you could sing Yeah, Mere Vatan Ka
Sure. Sure.
ऐ मेरे वतन के लोगों, तुम खूब लगा लो नारा, ये शुभ दिन है हम सबका, लहरा लो तिरंगा प्यारा, पर मत भूलो सीमा पर वीरों ने है प्राण गवाए, कुछ याद उन्हें भी कर लो, कुछ याद उन्हें भी कर लो, जो लौट के घर ना आए, जो लौट के घर ना आए। ऐ मेरे वतन के लोगों, जरा आँख में भर लो पानी, जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी।
Wow, so beautiful. That touches my heart a lot, you know. Sometimes I get little tears in my eyes when I think of all those people who have to lose their lives and sacrifice their lives, I should say, you know, to protect our countries. And the way they have to do, you know, the families that are left behind, you know, with all these wonderful, it's just, you know, it's very sad that we have to go through war and rather than peace and harmony. Unfortunately, but it's a very beautiful song and just a very good choice, dear Malaji. Thank you so much. And Sucheta, good luck with your wonderful exam.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Best. And good luck with your Arabic song that you've just released. We can't wait to hear it and watch the movie and, you know, be there to support your wonderful work.
Ask for one more, please. I beg you. I should have said it first. It's in my heart, and it's Narge, Mother India. I love it. I grew up with it. We all did. Nargi, Nargi, Bahare, Bahare. You know that? Nargi, Nargi. Oh, please, Neo Kumar, I beg you.
Now, right, Sucheta, sorry, this is like, now you have to sing one more song. Just a couple of lines for any song from Mother India. Which song is it, the one you...
The Nargi, Bahare, Bahare.
So I think, Sucheta, I think what Mala is trying to say is Nagari, Nagari, Dware, Dware.
Oh, I'm not sure I know that song, but I will definitely learn it for you the next time I come.
Then sing your favorite song for Mala, Honey, and Winnie, who will be joining lately. Any one last song, sing it with beauty and your madhur awaz.
Okay, another patriotic song. Okay. ए वतन मेरे वतन, ए वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू, मैं जहाँ रहूं जहाँ में याद रहे तू, मैं जहाँ रहूं जहाँ में याद रहे तू, ए वतन मेरे वतन, ए वतन मेरे वतन.
Wow, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you very much. Enjoy your day. Happy Republic Day.
Happy Republic Day.
We look forward to seeing you when you come back again, our wonderful resident singer. You've been listening to Sucheta Satish all the way from Dubai. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you. So Malaji, we have Mala Naikar here, who's now joined our wonderful official kitchen team. So I am so looking forward to hearing more about how she's going to be involved and how she's going to get involved in our kitchen programs with Seema ji, who is our wonderful resident host when it comes to producing the vegan and the vegetarian kitchen programs. So I know that Malaji will be joining her too. But Malaji, today we're here talking about this special day. Before we invite Viniji to come on board and perhaps, sing a couple of beautiful songs for us, maybe I could invite Lataji and if Minaji is there to come on board, and maybe we can have a little discussion, Mitaji if she's there, and perhaps Lataji, global namaste to you as well, Lataji.
Namaste on this wonderful episode of Republic Day. It makes us really feel proud, doesn't it, to be an Indian?
Absolutely.
And our culture, we're keeping it alive thanks to Healing Our Earth team.
Well, it's brilliant. Neil Kumarji is always helping us, come out with these wonderful ideas of different programs. And we make sure at the end of the day, we give something to the whole community. We're there for the community. And of course, we're there to celebrate all different occasions, including when it's Christmas time, we celebrate Christmas. When it's Valentine's Day, we celebrate Valentine's Day. And so when it's Mother's Day, we end up celebrating Mother's Day, Yeah. And here are some of our future events, lots and lots of different things coming up. Vegan and vegetarian kitchen, which is all about achieving good health and gastronomically, I would say. This is on Sunday, 29th of January. So 2 p.m. onwards, tune in. You can, of course, connect with us through YouTube, through various different media partner channels as well. And as you move on, we've got the one and only Himalayan Samarkand meditation that's going to be taking place. And Guru Tattva. Guru Tattva is the Guru element, like we would talk about the 5 elements of the water, sky, and all the air, etc. There's also something which we call the Guru element. That's something that guides you in your life, that little inner voice that starts guiding you. So this is on the 5th of February. It's going to be a really super duper event, and you must tune in if you enjoy meditation, yoga, spiritual growth, life transformation, personal development. It's going to be an amazing program for you. So there you go, a couple of nice future events that are going to go on there. I also wanted to say, of course, our mission statement always is to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online education and entertainment. So all of you out there, from whatever cultural background you are, do tune in, because we've got something for everyone, and it's all about transforming ourselves in a positive way. So moving on back here, so Mala Lataji, I had something here to ask you. Now, there are some beautiful places that we can go to visit when it comes to India. And one of the places that people talk about a lot is Rajasthan. And Rajasthan, it kind of borders where the Pakistan border is, and India border is. And it's right next to the Thar Desert, I believe. So, it had lots of Rajput types of, stories, that like historical stories, because there are lots of wars that took place here as well. And it's one of the best places to go and visit, especially Jaipur, which is called the Pink City. Also, can you tell us a little bit about what you think of that? Have you ever visited Rajasthan? Can you share anything that you'd like to share about our beautiful India?
Well, it's my dream to go to Rajasthan and visit all those wonderful forts and experience the different culture there. It's totally different, isn't it, from the rest of India? So India's diversified in cultures, and I think what I've seen of it, glimpses I've seen, I think it's a very attractive place. And something that, I think the Brahma Kumari's place there in the mountain.
Yes, absolutely. Very good. That's very nice observant. Then look at you.
And,
yes.
And also, isn't it where the Agra is? Where's Agra?
No, Agra is in Delhi. So actually that's what comes up to the second one. I mean, there's Rajasthan, which you just said, the Pink City. I mean, I've been to and it's beautiful. It's a lovely place, you know. And I, for some reason, get drawn to it because it had lots of kings and queens and royal backgrounds. You know, there are lots of, what would you say, castles we call here. But forts, etc., that are there, which is amazing. But there's also, when you just talked about Agra, Agra is actually the most visited cities in the whole of India. And it actually was once the capital city for the Mughal Empire. So Agra actually, you know, has the Taj Mahal there, which is an iconic, wonderful, beautiful structure made out of white marble, etc. And I think it was built in the 17th century. So are there anything, have you had a chance to ever visit that? Have you ever seen the...
No, my family's been, but not me yet. So that's on the cards, you know, pre-COVID. It's just, I was considering doing something, but then of course it all put the dampeners on, didn't it?
Yeah. Maybe again in the future. And what about you, Mala? Have you ever been to there? Have you ever seen or checked out Agra?
Interestingly, I think it's time for me to go because when I was around 1920, 21, I became a Brahma Kumaris and I was a Kumari. And so there's a group of South Africans, our group, they planned to go. Some of them did go. And there was something about Brahma Kumaris. Some of them couldn't afford to go because they had families. And the universe just brought it together and they're...
But it's really, I mean, you know, what you just mentioned, you know, whenever you get a chance to go, I mean, Agra is definitely a very beautiful place to go to with the Taj Mahal there. What I remembered though, but historically as well, I mean, unfortunately, the whole place was made out of gems and diamonds and, you know, different types of precious stones. But unfortunately, you know, they were all taken out. So I went to see it. And I could literally see, you know, they've all been chiseled out, all the precious stones when people looted India, etc. Unfortunately, but the point is, these beautiful structures that are there is still you should see, and it's got such a romantic feel to it as well. You know, the other third one that people talk about is Kerala. I mean, it's got lots of palm trees, white sand beaches. It's got lots of ecotourism, as they call it, you know, with environment, people who love the environment. So that's a really a great way to, and I think it's got lots of like elegant houseboats, etc. there as well. So have you ever had a chance to go there? Oh, by the way, there's a tiger preserve there, and like some kind of a tiger, I don't know what you call it, but it's a reserve there called Tekadi, something like that. So has any of you got a chance to see a little bit of Kerala side?
No, but I think that's on our agenda to itinerary. I think we're going to plan that.
We have to. I think what we need to do is we all need to go from everybody, including our wonderful guests and people, audience members who are watching, etc. We need to all do a nice little trip off to India and see all the best places of that, because Kerala is actually a very beautiful place. So there's a lot of Ayurvedic, you know, places there as well, retreat centers, and a lot of our speakers that come on board, they're all Ayurvedic specialists. A lot of them would probably encourage us to go to Kerala for this wonderful health retreats, like an MOT. You know, when you say once a year you do an MOT with your car, you have to go and do a bit of an MOT with your own self, with your own body as well, to, you know, clear all the system out and get it all going. But I think we're moving on to our next guest. Thank you very much to both of you, Lataji and of course Malaji, for your lovely contribution there. And of course, those of you who are watching right now, do go along, do a little bit of research, because India has got such beautiful places to go to. There are temples, there's, I would say, architecture that you can go and see. You can see caves like the do you know the caves in Elephanta Caves? I believe they're in Maharashtra. So,
yeah, similar to the ones in Switzerland, comparable to the ones in Switzerland. I've been to Switzerland, but I haven't been to India.
You like to go to India? Yeah, because I think it's got Ajanta caves and Flora caves and all sorts of different things. So, but I was just going to say to all our viewers out there, do think about, if you're thinking about organizing a holiday out there, and India can be a very beautiful destination to go to because it's got something for everyone. So if you're adventurous, if you want relaxing time, if you want to see history, it's got a whole, and if you just want to enjoy experience the culture, it's also there. It's got also nightclubs. So if you want to enjoy nightclubs, there's also Goa and Mumbai, that you can enjoy the nightlife there. Watch the studios. Yes.
What about Kashmir? Kashmir, I would love to go there as well.
Kashmir is a lovely place,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's got that little thing going on at the moment, but Kashmir is one of the most beautiful places that you will see. And I remember that was the first time I saw snow when I was about 5-6 years old, when my parents took me there, so which was amazing. But let's move on to Vinny Ji and find out from Vinny Ji if she's ever been to India with all these beautiful Indian songs that she sings. Hi, Vinny Ji, a global namaste to you. We've got Vinny Kala here, who's an amazing singer. She's also our resident singer. She comes and joins us many times, and I would say blesses us with her beautiful voice. So Vinny Ji, happy Indian Republic Day to you.
Global namaste to Hani Kalaria ji and Neil ji, Lata ji, everybody who are present, Mala. So I can see many names here. So everybody, happy Republic Day to all of you. Happy Republic Day celebrations today. Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm glad to join this platform, which Neilji has created. And I can see this wonderful host. Always you are so gorgeous and you are beautifully hosting the program. So Honey, it's really my pleasure to join you guys. Actually, I've been somewhere else where my live event was on. I just rushed back to join this one.
Thank you so much, because I have to say, I have to tell, of course, our audience members that Vinny Kalia is actually a fantastic singer. She's from the UK. She's also a life and a motivational coach. And she's also a poet. So yes, as you will see that beautiful smile on her face, you can tell she's a motivational coach with that lovely smile. She's also been reciting self-composed poetry on radio, television, and various other platforms as well. And Vinny recently recited in International Kavi Goshti 2021 as well. And her poetry has been published in various newspapers and magazines. She's an anchor, scriptwriter, and newsreader on television, as you can tell by her wonderful speaking voice and her wonderful elocution, the way she comes across. So Vinny Ji, you're also a singer and a poet, right? You've also got this wonderful voice, and you also sing. Tell us today, is there a message that you'd like to share with our audience members regarding the Indian Republic Day, first of all?
Yeah, I mean, we're so happy that we have got this Republic Day celebrations today. And I'm so proud of being an Indian and from India. So it's really proud for all of us to join together and celebrate these great moments. And I think everywhere in UK, in India, of course, they do, but in the UK, everywhere they are celebrating this Happy Republic Day. And I have written some poems on that as well. And all I would say that it is, we are so proud. I would say we are so proud of India, and we are so proud to celebrate this event today all together. And today I'm going to sing the song for patriotic song.
Yes, please go ahead, because we'd love to sing, listen to your lovely voice. And as we mentioned, Vinny Ji is also a poet as well. So she's just mentioned she's even written about this Indian Republic Day, but she's going to be singing a song for us.
Yeah, today, because I have just rushed back and I have to gather my poetry.
No, don't worry. Please go ahead. We'd love to hear your song, whichever one you'd like to sing for us.
Is my voice okay like this, or shall I use the mic?
I think sounds better like this. It's cleaner and nice, and it's nice and loud like this.
All right. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to sing this song from Manikarnika. देश से है प्यार तो हर पल कहना चाहिए, मैं रहूं या ना रहूं, भारत रहना चाहिए, सिलसिला ये बाद में यूं ही चलना चाहिए, मैं रहूं या ना रहूं, भारत रहना चाहिए, मेरी नस नस तार कर दो और बना दो एक सितार, राग भारत मुझ पे छेड़ो, झंझनाओ
We've lost your voice. We've lost your voice.
मैं रहूं या ना रहूं, भारत रहना चाहिए, सिलसिला ये बात मेरी यूं ही चलना चाहिए, मैं रहूं या ना रहूं, भारत रहना चाहिए, शत्रु से कह दो जरा सी माँ में रहना सीख ले, ये मेरा भारत अमर है, सत्य कहना सीख ले, भक्ति की इस शक्ति को बढ़कर दिखाना चाहिए, मैं रहूं या ना रहूं, भारत रहना चाहिए, देश से प्यार तो हर पल ये कहना चाहिए, मैं रहूं या ना रहूं, भारत रहना चाहिए, सिलसिला ये बात मेरी यूं ही चलना चाहिए, मैं रहूं या ना रहूं, भारत रहना चाहिए, मैं रहूं या ना रहूं, भारत रहना चाहिए, मैं रहूं या ना रहूं, भारत रहना चाहिए. Thank you.
Mama, thank you. What a beautiful song as well. Good choice. Good choice. And it actually means if you could just share with our non-Asian speaking viewers what it actually means, just a few lines, what you're trying to share with this song.
It means that so we should love our country, and it should go on and on forever. And doesn't matter whether I am alive or I'm not, but my India, my country should always be alive.
Oh, so good. Yes.
So it's like, it's only one line basically. But basically it says that doesn't matter we are there or not, we are alive or not, we die or we are alive.
Yeah.
Our country should remain forever.
Right, very beautiful. And from in the past, I mean, although we're looking at many positive things at the moment with the way India's, growing, it's kind of becoming a bit of a superpower as well as it's growing, and it's become with the Narendra Modi ji, we find that he's been really helping to build our India in a positive way. So, in the future, of course, hopefully we have a very good, bright future, but we can also learn from the past as well. We've had a really tough history but we've still survived, and we're still here at this moment in time. What are your thoughts on that? How do you see that from the past to the present to the future, how we're going to be, what lessons we could take with us and how we can move forward?
Yeah, India has grown so much now. I mean, looking at the past when the things were going in a different way, and so many things, I will not emphasize on any particular thing. But yes, a lot of things happen in the past, and right now, if you look at the current situation, I would say that technology is there as well to, make the countries grow, and there is social media, and there are new thoughts as well, new opinions, new thoughts. I would say that after our Prime Minister Modi ji, after he has become the Prime Minister, I think India has reached the heights. So we are so glad to have him.
Ragji as well, Rishi Sunak has.
Rishi Sunak ji is doing so great, and we are so proud of him. And he is doing great job. And I think we are blessed actually that to have him as Prime Minister of UK. So he is doing a brilliant job, and our support is there for Rishi Sunak ji, so for Modi ji, and they are doing absolutely.
From what you're saying, for me, it's like it doesn't matter who is, but if they're doing good work, we should credit where it's due. And people do not come on board unless they have proved whatever work and whatever caliber they are of.
Exactly. Yes. There's no race, there is no caste or culture, these kind of things, caste or creed. It's like the qualities of a person who does the job, who is doing brilliantly for the country.
Yes.
The country is first for them.
Yes.
So, yeah. So what
I remember, Viniji, when I went to Gujarat, and at that time, Narendra Modi ji was the chief minister of Gujarat at the time. And I saw the way he brought in Amitabh Bachchan as a kind of an ambassador for Gujarat, which was very clever. And the second thing he did was when I went and visited Rajkot and some of the Gujarat places, everything had changed. I mean, before it was all like messy, dirty, this, that. Now there were straight roads.
Wonderful changes are there. Wonderful changes. Yeah.
Different.
Yeah.
So when you see one person make such huge change in one state, how much more can they do with a bigger, like the whole of India, which is made up of so many diverse languages, diverse cultures and religions as well.
Yes. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
We
are proud, and also we are blessed to have them. Yeah, as our leaders.
Yes, with your speaking as well, you've got a motivational speaking background as well. And, is there any messages that you would like to share with the world where you maybe can leave a positive message with the world, on this Indian Republic Day?
Yeah, I would say that, first of all, nothing is impossible in this world. That is my main motto. If you're determined to do anything, if you want to achieve anything, and if you have commitment for anything, you must do it, and you can achieve it. And I would say that we should do good karmas, and so that there should be good humanity, good human beings, and we spread positivity around the world. And I think Healing Our Earth is a platform which is doing that already. And from my perspective, I see that, one should be positive, one should be strong, and we should spread smiles. Doesn't matter through talks, doesn't matter through music. And by creating so many different platforms, we should spread beautiful vibes, and we should spread smiles around and positivity.
I love that, because I think that's one of the best gifts you can give to people, to spread love, joy, and happiness.
Yes.
When you put a smile on people's faces, like I always say to people, it doesn't cost anything. You say something nice to someone, you help somebody, you just do little kind gestures for people to put a smile on their faces.
Help others, then you feel so happy and contented to see that smile on their face.
Yes, and I think India also teaches a lot about that, doesn't it? It teaches about ensuring that you think of your neighbor, you do good for others, and it also believes in the law of karma. So everybody, because
karma says, do good, have good.
Yeah, do good and it'll come back to you, right? Like that. So which is really great. So Viniji, I just want to say thank you so much for your lovely contribution here. If there's any final message, please share. Otherwise, I just wanted to share with you and the rest of the audiences that we should also.
Yeah, I would say thank you so much, Hani and Neilji. Thank you so much for this platform where I can share my views. And I want everybody to be happy, and have abundance of joy, and happy Republic Day to all of you, to all the audience of Healing Our Earth from Vinny Kalia. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vinny Kaliaji. A global namaste to you as well. And thank you very much for joining us here today. And of course, rushing down to making sure that you're here. It's always a pleasure to have you here as part of our Healing Our Earth.
Thank you, Lata, as well. Lata, it's nice to see Lata as well here.
Absolutely, the whole group of people, like the whole family here.
The whole team, yes, whole family is here. So
I just wanted to also say thank you to, of course, our technical director, Nishit Kotak, who's been part of our Earth for the whole year, that he's always there supporting us every Sunday. We have the health episode producer, Rajiv Gupta ji. There's myself. I always tend to work as a production director, as an anchor. We've got kitchen episode producers, host Seema Bhatia. We've also got another kitchen episodes producer and host, which is Kiran Robinson. We have the Mauritius coordinator and host, Saivani Sambu, who's always there supporting us from Mauritius and doing lots of great work. Very lovely soul. We have a USA coordinator and host, who's Sharon Rose. We have a host director, Simran Ahuja, the most beautiful, lovely, glamorous lady that we know. Then we have our creative director, Sarita Menon. And we have our media team, which is Kesh Mojaria. And we also have our host team, which is the researchers and host team, Dr. Lalit Soda, and myself, always working with them. And I just want to say a very big thank you whilst we're here for our backup teams as well, which is Dr. Sheila Dovey, Milan Shah, Wai Ching Lee, Shivali Ruparelia, Ravi and Sushma Banat as well, Deepa Vitalani, and Shivani Vitalani as well. So just want to say a very big thank you to all of you, for being part of this lovely journey, the platform. And I just wanted to also say to every single one of the people out there as well, we're all volunteers here on Healing Our Earth. Our aim is to really bring to you ways and education that can help to transform you in a positive way, and hopefully put a smile and celebrate as well, like we're celebrating today with our lovely friends here. So with that, I think we're going to move on to our next lovely guest to finish off with just one last message. I see that Rouhani's there with us, and I would love Rouhani to join us and just perhaps finish off with a lovely message. Hello, Rouhani. A global namaste to you.
Hi, this is Rouhani's mom. Global namaste to you, Haniji. Can you hear me?
Hello, Rouhani's mom. How are you? A global namaste to you too. I just would like to say, what is Rouhani's mom's name then?
Rouhani's mom's name is Shri Gautam. And it's lovely to see you after a long time, Haniji. And I'm so sorry that this special day, I didn't want to miss, but at the same time, I was really rushing since the morning. So I managed to come here. So I'm so very happy.
Oh, I'm so glad you did, because I believe that you were going to finish up with a lovely song for us. Is that right?
So do I 1 minute or 2 minutes?
Oh, you have a few minutes, no problems. But I just wanted to give a quick little introduction about yourself, Shri Gautamji. I just wanted to say Shri Gautamji is a singer, she's a composer, she's a lyricist. She's also the founder of the music company called Shri MP3, which promotes UK artists by providing a full package of original songs, which includes the lyrics, the composition, music, mixing, mastering, and all sorts of videos for the new talents and established artists in the UK. So doing really great work. And so Shri, I would say that the actual company, Shri MP3, which is a really interesting name, I have to say. Their upcoming song is Tere Bina, which is a duet song awaiting release in the next few weeks' time. So when it does come out, do make sure you go out there and listen to the song, download the song, share the song with your friends and families. And of course, Shri Gautamaji is also featuring the legend Mangal Singh, who's a London-based artist. He's also a lyricist and a composer in this particular video. So I look forward to really finding out more about what you're doing right now, dear Shri Gautamji. What are you going to be singing for us, and what are you going to be sharing, and what are you going to be doing as a special journey for 2023?
Because you have said so much about me, so I don't know why to hide, because too much praise too much good words, but at the same time, what I would say, I would just like to add a few bits in it. Tere Bina song, which I have written it, composed it, and at the same time, I have sang it with Mangal Singh ji. And it has been released on first day of 2023. That means it was a New Year gift for all the music lovers in UK and in India internationally. And you will be very happy to know that it has crossed more than 500,000 views.
Oh my God, we're so proud of you. That's congratulations. 500,000, I just wanted to say, it has a lot of zeros after it. That's a lot of people. That's very good. You're doing amazing work. Well done. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. You know what? Everything happens with, grace of God, blessings of God, and love, good wishes, dua of people, beautiful people like yourselves. And there are so many beautiful people in this world. Their prayer, their dua, blessings, everything counts.
Yes, I'm a total believer of that. I always say to people, don't give me anything, just give me blessings, just give me your good wishes, and that's all I want. Because I believe that's very powerful when somebody gives you good wishes from their own hearts and from really means, from their heart. That has a lot of power behind it. So I think you're absolutely right. Yes, but and are you going to be singing a few lines of this Tere Bina? If it's got 500,000 views, we need to listen to this.
On Republican Day, I should sing my song. Okay, I will sing a couple of lines maybe.
To let us know what is the actual songs, and then of course sing any song you'd like after that.
Okay. Because it is Republican Day, I would like to sing just maybe Vande Mataram, little bit patriotic.
Sure, let's go for it. We're really looking forward to it. Please go ahead. And I just want to let the viewers know, just sit down, relax, put your seatbelts on, because you're going to love this lovely lady's beautiful voice. Please go ahead.
This lovely lady is exhausted today, so maybe it will reflect on my voice. But please do listen and then like, share, like and comment and subscribe my channel. Please do say that to everybody. I know that Anil Kumar has really, really pushed it and then shared it with many people, and including, outside and in Healing Our Art member, and at the same time, to everybody in the Healing Our Art. So Anil Kumar, I'm very, very thankful to you for always supporting and encouraging. And Haniji, you really, really made me speechless nearly today by saying all these kind words for me. And I'm going to be giving 2 lines from the beginning.
Sure.
Tere Bina. Tere Bina Sohniya ji lagda, Tere Bina Sohniya ji lagda, jadoo yaad teri aave, ninda meriyan udave. Tere Bina Sohniya ji lagda, oh tere sohniya ji lagda, रत्ना प्यार दिया सजना, आखियां फूल खिल गए, रब ने मिलाया, हंसी एक दूजे नाल मिल गए, रत्ना प्यार दिया सजना, आ गईयां फुल खिल गए, सानू रब ने मिलाया, हंसी एक दूजे नाल मिल गए, तेरे नाम जिंदगानी, सुनो दिल दे हो जाने,
We're losing your voice. We're losing your voice. We're losing that.
Yeah. Are you losing my voice?
Yeah, we're losing your voice at times. That's right. And we've got your some sentences, and then some sentences we're losing it, the voice itself. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Maybe that
No, we heard it very nicely, but then he started losing it. But there was a beautiful, is that the one you wrote yourself?
Yes, and composed it as well. So
very nice, beautiful. Well, beautiful. I was going to say, well, thank you very much for sharing that. And to all our viewers out there, here you go. Do look out for that. It's a Shri Gautamji, and you can find out Tere Bina is the song that she has released 1st of 1st 23. And if would you like to finish off today, so that before we wind down our lovely program today, we can finish off with your beautiful song, any kind of one you would say a nice patriotic song to finish off our Indian Republic Day celebrations today, please.
Yes, a happy Republic Day to each and every single members of Healing Our Earth and whole world, wherever any Indians are there. So happy Republican Day to them. And this is dedicated to everybody. Vande Mataram for everyone. Vande Mataram Sujalam Sufalam Malayaj Shitaram Shashya Samalam Vande Mataram Shubhro Josena Pulakite Pullakusumita Drumadala Shobhinim Shuhasinim Sumadurabhasinim Sukhadam Vande Vande Mataram.
Vande Mataram. Wow, kya baat hai. Yes, that's such a beautiful song as always. Whenever we listen to it, we really enjoy that. And Vande Mataram means?
माता को वंदना करते हैं. Salute to the mother.
Yeah, let's pay our respect and salutations to our mother, which is beautiful. And we consider the Bharat, which is India, as our motherland, right? So which is a very beautiful song there. Lovely. Thank you so much. What a beautiful way to finish off our lovely celebrations today, and a perfect guest to finish off with. So Shri Gautamji, thank you very much for joining us as well. Of course, we had our lovely Vinny Ji as well, Vinny Kalia, who's also sang beautiful songs for us. And Lata Ji, Mala Ji, all of them who joined us today with their lovely contributions. I want to say a very big thank you to each and every single one of them. And perhaps, maybe we should finish off and wind down with a 5 minutes little meditation or maybe a world peace prayer. So maybe I could invite Malaji, Viniji, Lataji to join me on screen on our and maybe, and maybe we can do a prayer together to finish off with, because this is what India is all about. We love peace. We love supporting people's progress. And wherever you are, whether you're Indians or non-Indians, whoever you are living in any part of the world, this prayer is for everyone, for whole of humanity. So with that, let's see if we can perhaps just close our eyes and relax. And perhaps take a nice few deep breaths to ground ourselves. And as you breathe in, just imagine this beautiful energy, divine energy entering into your body. And as you breathe out, just imagine all the negativities, the stress, any negative thoughts, any judgments that we hold, for them to be just released from the body as well. And today I'd like to just do a little meditation prayer. Let the universal energy and the divine energies help each and every single one of us, every member of the audience, every member of the Healing Our Earth team, every special guest who's contributed today, and the whole of the world. Let the universal energy bestow upon us and shower upon us blessings that will help us to achieve more wisdom, inner knowledge, and inner guidance that can lead us to live more happier, healthier, more fulfilled lives. May every single human being in the world be able to progress on all levels, mind, body, and soul. May every nation progress in this world. Let there be peace and harmony and friendships and unity between all nations. Let all the environment and animals and all species, wildlife, let the environment be protected so they don't get destroyed through human greed, human selfishness. Let each and every single one of us have the wisdom to make the right decisions, decisions that can help us, help our families, help our communities, and help the larger society as a whole. Let us develop good values, good personality traits, so that we can contribute by being better human beings and better contributors to society. And although we may have had a bumpy history, and India has had many invasions and all sorts of different challenges, India has stood strong, and it continues to progress, it continues to grow. Let India be blessed so that it can continuously grow and do more for its wonderful population, its people. And finally, let the beauty, the wisdom of the East, of the Vedic scriptures, of Eastern philosophy be appreciated by people around the world, as it can help to develop many good human beings and good role models around the world. And with that, may I ask you to please take a couple of deep breaths in and breathe out. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuvaswaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. And with that, I'd like you to slowly open your eyes whenever you're ready. And I hope you enjoyed that lovely little prayer for unity, peace, harmony across the world. And may India continue progressing, prospering, and enjoying lots of success in the future. So with that, I'd like to say to everyone, all our viewers out there, thank you very much for joining us here on our special event, special program, which is celebrating Indian Republic Day. And we look forward to seeing you next week here at the same time, 2 p.m. GMT, for the Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen program. So with that, from all of us,